Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining the stream. So we're going to have a slightly different format this evening, in that, given the absolute plethora of questions we had on the last stream, we're going to try and make this purely a Q&A stream. So Claire's going to capture all the questions from the chat, and I'm going to work my way through them. If we don't get loads of questions, I'll just carry on and do some dev work. Thank you. How's this? Is that better? Yes, you have stumbled across the Admiral. The mouse bug with joysticks, after the current patch that I'm working on, I'm going to be doing full controller support, and that should fix that issue. We've got a weird dead zone issue. Even though the dead zone has been set to huge values, for some reason it's taking a little bit of input from the controller, which is causing the mouse to vanish. Yeah, go ahead and just start asking questions, and Claire will start capturing them. Okay, first question. When will the game be VR compatible? Well, as it happens, we are fast approaching our VR stretch goal, and I will hopefully be able to put out a VR test build reasonably soon. It's not going to be the full VR implementation, but it will be the ability to teleport around, use the UIs with touch controllers, and just get a feel for what it's actually going to be like in VR. But in terms of the full VR implementation with full body IK and all that stuff, that'll be once we've brought on a couple of extra developers to work on the character system, the animations, just to make that all nice and smooth and better. Next question. How deep will the medical system go? So every department on the ship will have a task list, and that task list is automatically generated by whatever's happening at the time on the ship. So if you take medical as the example, a crew member could injure themselves whilst they're at work. They'll then take themselves to the medical facility and then place themselves on a bed if there's one available. If there's not, they'll sit in a waiting area, and once they're there ready to be looked at, a task is then generated to go and speak to that patient and find out what they're complaining about. Now, either an NPC or the player will then pick up that task and go and deal with the NPC and figure out what's wrong with them. Once that's been done, another task will then be generated to treat whatever that is. If it's something straightforward like a broken arm or a cut or a bruise, then you'll be able to treat it there and then. If it's something more vague, like my chest hurts or I've got tummy ache, then there'll be various tools you can use to sort of wave over the NPC or other player and figure out what it is that's actually wrong with them. And that will generate another task to then administer the treatment based on whatever ailment they've been diagnosed with. We won't be doing full-on surgeon simulator. We'll have a medical bed that will take care of the actual surgery side of things. So you'll put them on the bed, and then you'll have like a computerized arm which does the procedure itself. But the challenge on the player's side of things is to make sure that you select the correct procedure for what you think is wrong with them. If you select the wrong one, then you could make their condition worse. I think at a high level, that's pretty much how the medical gameplay is going to go. We'll also have things like a ship-wide pathogen, so the crew members could start getting ill, and then it's up to the medical player to figure out, what is affecting them. And again, handheld tools and things will be what are used to do that. Just going to make my Discord window smaller a minute because I can't see the chat. Right, there we go. That's all that lined up. When will the elevators be implemented? The one in the lounge is literally just a test right now, going up and down. It doesn't have any actual controls. At some point between now and early access, they will all be fleshed out and fixed. One of our early access goals is to have the full ship finished. So every room, every deck, polished and working. And we'll be releasing a much more fleshed out roadmap once Kickstarter's completed to detail what we're working on, which order we're doing it in, and what the finished early access is going to look like. Elevators are going to be during that process. It'll be one of the things which gets worked on while we're doing the interiors. Well, what is the next feature to be implemented? Well, right now I am rebuilding the sensors UI, and it's looking a little bit worse for wear at the moment because I'm moving some buttons around. But essentially, this is the new sensors, which allows you to do much more precise scans of galactic sectors, either where you are or further ahead, and it will give you an overview of what's in that galactic sector. And it will also have the short-range scanning mode, which is for planetary scanning, where you'll be able to see an actual physical 3D planet on the holo display. And we'll also have the beginnings of the life calculations, so it will start to generate proper life on alien worlds. Right now, on the Earth-like worlds, it's a 50-50 chance of there being life, but with the next update, it'll be calculating that properly. And the next update will also have more of the new ship design, which is... You can't see? Hang on, let me just quickly play that. This loading screen will be overhauled as well. You'll actually see the ship being built in layers as the loading screen progresses, which should look pretty cool. Okay, so the new ship hull is the one that has the full Alcubierre ring around it. So this is part of what's going to be in the next update. If we have a quick look externally, as you can see, there's a whole lot of ship missing right now, but this is going to be the full ring ship design, and I still need to put the rest of the hull on there as well as the rear engines. And of course, fell over a tablet. Go away. And then we have the new sensors, which, as you can see, are still a work in progress. Next question. So how are you all feeling now we've met the Kickstarter goal? That was fast. It was fast. Yeah, I mean, a week before Kickstarter kicked off, we were really asking ourselves, is this going to make the 65,000? Close my emails, isn't it? Yeah, is this going to make the 65,000? Are we going to get there? And to hit it within 3 days was just incredible. We had no idea it would go that quickly. So yeah, we're completely blown away and so grateful to everyone that's backed the game. We're going to do great things, and it's exciting. Really looking forward to getting stuck into it all. Next question. Are there any shuttles currently in development? No. We've done a few mock-ups of how big they want to be and how many seats they'll have and that sort of thing, but not the actual active development yet. All the development's been focusing on the ship itself. But that is something. If we hit the next stretch goal after the VR, then we will be working on shuttles for early access. If not, then early access will have the surface probes, and then shuttles will come after. Next question. How about life support systems? How deep will those be modelled, and how will they affect the NPCs? The ship is going to have a series of cubes. So if I fly out here a sec. So take this corridor as an example. You've got these ceiling panels which are roughly square, and you could treat this corridor as a series of cubes. Each cube will have an air pressure value, a temperature, and other special states such as whether it's on fire or whether it's poisoned. And each cube will then transfer that state to its adjacent cube, and that will keep going until it touches a closed door, in which case that propagation will stop. So if you were to have a hull breach, then obviously the air pressure in the cube next to the hull breach would go to 0, and that would propagate along the series of cubes and throughout the entire ship unless blocked by closed doors. And if any NPCs are in that space, they will either try and get into a room where they can close the door and have air, or they will die. I'm not sure when we're going to get to that. It's probably going to be after early access, because that's when we really start to hone in on the more detailed bits of gameplay. Will we have player versus player and alien species? We do have a stretch goal for a specific PvP mode where you've got 2 ships, 2 crews, smaller than the Magellan class, simply because of memory and engine resources. But the idea is that these 2 crews with their starships work to disable their opponent's ship. Once it's disabled, they take a shuttle across to board it, and then they fight through the corridors to get to the bridge. And by capturing the bridge, they've then won that match. So it's a standalone, capture the opponent's bridge type of game, which I think would make an amazing esport. I'd love watching that. It's kind of inspired by Dark Age of Camelot, which I used to play a lot when I was younger. So that's a standalone PvP experience. During normal gameplay, this is a co-op game, so it's not really PvP focused. You will be able to pick up guns and run around the ship and shoot each other if you so desire. But we'll make sure that there is a friendly fire off option for server hosts. So that'll be down to the server hosts whether they want that or not. By alien species, I assume you mean boarding the ship? Yes, at some point. I don't think we'll get that for early access. For early access, we'll be focusing on the generation of alien life throughout the galaxy, but we probably won't get as far as boarding action at that point. Next question. When did you begin this project? We launched the Discord server in January 2021. I'd been fiddling with some bits and pieces slightly before that, but that's when development began in earnest. So as of January this year, we've been in development for 3 years. Next question. How are you going to fit in the time to make all the backer ships? That's a good question, and it's one that I was personally thinking, it's going to be a lot of work to do. But the backer ships they're not going to be giant cruisers like this one. We've stated on there that we want to keep them to 10 crew or less, which makes them a lot more manageable in size. We're thinking sort of Firefly, Millennium Falcon, slightly bigger maybe sort of size. So you're not talking 200 rooms, 7 decks kind of size. And of course, now that we've got funding, the plan for handling player ships is to get a concept artist involved first, and then we'll work with that player and the concept artist to generate the look and feel and design that they're after. I'll probably then go ahead and do the structural framework for that ship, so that we've got the engineering bits done, the pipes in the right place, that sort of thing. And then I will pass that skeleton of the ship to a 3D modeler, who can then skin the skeleton, based on the concept art. So doing it that way, we can probably work on most of them in parallel. So hopefully that won't take too long. Next question. Do you play Star Citizen? Yes, I was an original backer of Star Citizen. No, I don't actively play it. I found it quite frustrating. I love the tech. I love what they're doing. I think Star Citizen, when it's finished, is going to be the, greatest, I suppose, Star Wars-like experience out there. But yeah, every time I played, I'd make progress, and then it would crash, and then I'd wake up in a bed, back in a space station or back on the surface, and yeah, I think that just frustrated me to the point where I stopped playing. And then I got really busy, so I just haven't had time to play anything these days. But yeah, I think Star Citizen is beautiful, and it's going to be an impressive game when it's done. Next question. If you ever get to the stage of having ship flights, will there be permanent visible damage marks where the ship was once damaged but now repaired? Oh, ship fights, sorry. The ship will have... So yes is the quick answer to that. Let me turn on my fake lighting. Super light. So on here... Oh no, hang on, I need the hull. Right, so all of these hull plates are separate objects, separate actors, and they'll have health and sort of efficiency values, quality value rather. Same with all these ones up here. So if you take impact to one of these pieces of hull plating, then because it's storing its own health value, it can change its visual appearance based on that health value all the way down to 0, where it's just going to be tatters of hull plating. And it will remain that way until you fix it or replace it with a new piece of hull plating. And that will directly alter the way the ship receives damage as well. So if you keep taking damage on the same piece of hull plating, then every impact in that place will be doing more damage, because we'll be using the health and quality of the hull plate as a damage modifier, essentially. So when the incoming damage comes in, it hits that first, we reduce the damage by the health value of the hull plating, and then we draw a sphere to see how much damage actually affects the ship and what is within that sphere of impact. I think that answers the question. Next question. What will the shield system be like? Will we have the ability to modulate frequencies, etc.? Yeah, the way I'm envisioning the shields is that your beam weapons are what you'll be using to overwhelm opponent's shields. And the shields will have a certain frequency, and if you could match your beam weapon frequency to their shield frequency, you will essentially be doing critical damage and you'll drop their shield quicker. The shields will remain at 100% the entire time, but the capacitors that are powering the shields will be rapidly draining their charge. And the closer you get your beam frequency to the shield frequency, the quicker those capacitors are going to be drained, because more strain's being put on the system. And then the shields will collapse, and at that point you switch to kinetic weapons to pummel the opponent's hull. We might tie the visual color of the weapons into their frequency, but I don't know yet. That's still yet to be decided. I think with our push for everything to be customizable, I think I'd rather just let players pick what color their weapons are and leave it at that. But yes, so shield frequencies and weapon frequencies will be a thing, and they will matter. I've lost where I am on the list. Okay, next question. I think in one of the promo videos you said that all the wires and pipes that connect to the various systems are actually there in the ship, behind the panels, etc. Are you able to show this? So right now, that is, if I turn on the electrical layers, so that's these ones here. Now right now, they're literally just stuck there, but every single one of these wires is connected logically to the devices that provide and receive power. So if we scroll down here, you can see that the upstream device is the bridge distributor, and the downstream device, sorry, other way around. The bridge, because this is a lighting cable. So the ones that come in the other side actually come from engineering. But each one of these cables, and in fact it's probably easier if I go down to engineering and look at those ones a minute. We want that one. This is probably a better example. So eventually all of the cables will look like these ones, where they can be physically followed from source to destination. Now, before Kickstarter and before the demo went live, we had a huge overhaul of how the electrical system worked and where it was all routed to. So at the moment, everything's just physically there, but not graphically routed. So again, it's logically routed, but not visibly routed. So if we take this one, you can see that the upstream device, which is source, is the reactor main bus, which is this device here. And then the downstream one is the propulsion distributor, which is this one. And then it also knows what interface it's coming from. So interface 1, that's that one. And it's going into interface A, which is there. So the numbering and naming convention is that every output is numbered and every input is lettered. And of course we also have our ID for the cable. So every electrical device and every electrical cable is all logically connected now, which is how all the lights receive power, etc. And incidentally, just as a side point, these cable names will eventually be what you use to identify various cables. You know, if you've got an engineering task to go and investigate a cable, that is literally what it will say. So you'll have to sort of learn where things are as an engineer. Next question. When expanding the different stations on the bridge, can you go into more detail on how these stations will work together and what might the commanders have? Okay, back up from the ship again. So if we start with the command console, just fix these because UE5 likes to mess up UIs. So we'll have a few things on this console, and this will probably evolve a little bit, not least of which to include cup holders. But you can see that the main controls for the holo display are going to be here, because the holo display is the interface for the command staff. So you'll be able to mirror the outputs of any of the bridge stations, as well as just turning it on and off. And during gameplay, as one of the command staff, you would say to the sensors person, show me so and so, and you'd click the sensors button so that you're looking at what they're looking at. And same, say tactical. So this is the tactical one over here. So whatever the tactical person's targeting, if you click the tactical button on here, you will see what they are doing in 3D. And then you'll be able to go over here and let's say there's an alien ship there with various points of interest highlighted, like energy sources. You'll be able to physically touch one on the holo display and say, target this, or destroy this. And let me go back to the question a sec. Okay, and then with regards to the other stations, so these ones are offensive and defensive tactical stations. So this guy's managing the weapons, this guy's managing the shields, and they'll work together in concert to manage the tactical situation of the ship. Again, the command staff will be working from the holo display predominantly, and the sensors guy will be providing information about things like doing direct scans of a target vessel and looking for interesting energy signatures, which without how can I explain this? So there's a really cool scene in Babylon 5 where the action that started the Earth-Minbari War was a gunner on a human vessel who was targeting a Minbari ship, and the Minbari ship's got their gun ports open, and there's this massive energy spike, and they don't know what's happening, that they can't lock onto it, and this huge energy spike sort of panics them, and he fires his weapon, and that starts the Earth-Minbari War. A huge misunderstanding. And that's the kind of thing that I want the sensors and tactical gameplay to be like. So when you target an alien vessel, it's not going to say, these are the sensors, these are the engines, these are the weapons. Instead, you're going to have high voltage, low voltage, or high power, low power energy sources. And depending on the relative science level between the science department on your ship and the tech level of the alien vessel you're scanning, you will have a percentage of assurance as to whether or not that thing is the engines. So it might say, we're 98 sure this is engines, or we're 32% sure this might be the weapons. So you'll never know exactly what it is you're targeting on an alien vessel. But the higher the relative differences between your skill level and theirs, you'll have a better chance of knowing what it is you're targeting. So that's how those will relate together. Engineering is going to be over here. That should be self-explanatory, really. That's just various outputs from the engineering systems, mostly for monitoring, but with a few high-level functions you can do from the bridge. And on this side, you'll have internal security with maps of all the decks and the ability to lock the bulkheads and things remotely. And then this one's going to be environmental control, so you can do things like change the lighting temperature across the ship, change temperature in the corridors, that sort of thing. And finally, well, apart from the helm, that should be an obvious one, but this one is the comms, and again, the command staff would switch to the comms channel if they're conducting comms with another alien vessel, and the comms person would alert them to know that there's an incoming hail, and the captain would then press the comms button and accept that hail. Whew. I barely breathed then. Next question. Where do you expect, and maybe already see, the main performance hogs will be in the game? Yeah, definitely already see it. The lighting is the biggest one. There's a lot of lights on a starship. I mean, every room is packed with lights, and lighting is always expensive in any games. We've done lots to mitigate the lighting costs, but funnily enough, one of my mitigations is actually causing some lighting issues. So if we go here and we turn off my super light, and then we look at shader complexity. Where are we? Shader complexity. So on the bridge, there's lots of green there, which is nice. That's what you want to see. These horrible pink areas are transparency, and that is the second highest cost in the game. Now you see here there are some spheres around these balustrades on the railing, and that's because the light that they're emitting is not really a light, it's actually a post-processed material. But it's a transparent material, which means it adds to the transparency cost. Now, in order to light the ceilings, because we're not using GI, we're just using direct lighting, we need to have some way of bouncing the light back up into the ceiling to stop all the ceilings being black. And then to do that, we use a similar fake shader, essentially, to do the lighting. The new system I've developed means that they can be tight to the ceiling like this, so that the camera isn't in the transparency zone, which keeps the shader complexity down. It used to be like this, and you can see how much worse that is, because the camera is now inside of that transparency, so you're just adding to that transparency cost. And this corridor is one they haven't done yet, and you can see that you've got all this really heavy transparency. And this is in fact, standing around about here, looking this way, with Earth out the window when you start a new game, this is probably the heaviest place on the ship you can stand graphically, because there's an immense amount of transparency in this room, which is why it just looks like this. This is an extremely heavy room to render, literally because of all the fake lighting going on and all the glass. But if we come through here, you can see that in this corridor, it's all nice and green, because again, the uplighters are now moved to the ceiling, and the camera's never going to be up here, so you get this nice low cost shader cost. And that's going to be something in the next update, and fixing all of this will also be in the next update. So the shader load on the game is going to be reduced dramatically. But those are the two biggest things. It's the lighting cost and the transparency. Both of those really push the render cost up. CPU wise, the game is extremely light. There's hardly anything hitting the CPU at all. So we're very, very much sort of GPU constrained. Next question. Are you planning on bringing this game to the Xbox One SX or any other platforms? After early access is when we will look at those things. Xbox is probably the easiest platform to develop on next, because it is a DirectX based system. So yeah, if we're talking console support, it probably will be Xbox first. But that's, we're not going to look at that until early access is out the door and properly playable on Windows PC. Next question. Do you have any ideas for saving star systems like favorites or places of interest? Yes, we do. I turn that off. So on here, you can see that we've got an unfinished panel with some saved targets. This needs to be updated again and made bigger. This whole console needs to be bigger. There's not enough room for what we want to do with it. But here, Earth will obviously be the default first save target. But as you go around the galaxy, you'll be able to save exactly where you are and give it a name, or enter a manual location and give that a name. So you'll be able to build up a catalogue of places you've been, and there won't be any limits on how many other than hard drive space, because it saves it to a text file. Yeah, so easy answer, yes, lots. And also on here as well, so on the new sensors, it will have a separate mode for astrometrics where you can review data that you've already scanned, and sort of peruse previous targets and previous places you've been to. Next question. Will there be any sort of malware that alien races can send to you and possibly a minigame? Yes. So, I suppose yes directly. Initially, the idea is that when you're, say, boarding an alien derelict and you find a piece of technology, you won't immediately know what that is. It's just a piece of technology. So you then take it to your science labs, and your science guys do the scan on that piece of technology. And again, depending on the relative experience level between that item, so that item will have a tech level, and if your science team's above that tech level, you'll be able to work out what it is, what it's for, whether it's harmful in any way. If your science team are below the tech level of that item, then you might have a rough idea what it's for and what it could do for you. And if there's an alien virus embedded in this technology, you won't pick that up. It's like opening a chest in Dungeons and Dragons without doing fine traps first. It's that sort of thing. And if you then use that piece of alien technology on your ship, maybe it's a new power source, maybe it's a new type of cable, it could be anything, and you then infect your ship with this alien virus because you use that technology without properly reviewing it and understanding it first. And that's where, from the science gameplay side, that's where we'll have some form of minigame to get rid of that. If any of you have ever played the original Paradroid on the Commodore 64, that sort of minigame might be the way we go with it. It's very hard to describe that. Yeah. I can't even begin to describe in words what that actually looks like, but if you imagine a bunch of lines with black arrows on one side, white arrows on the other, and let's say you're the white ones, and you place your little arrow on the line, and that becomes your line, but then they place their arrow on it, and it overwrites it, and that's now theirs. And as the clock ticks down, you're constantly kind of saying, that's my wire, and then they go, no, that's my wire, until when the clock runs out, if you've got more wires than them, you win, and that's that. So something like that. We don't really want to go down the route of mini games if we can help it, because we want everything to be sort of scientifically accurate and like physical. But when it comes to sort of hacking and dealing with that sort of thing, that's the kind of place where a mini game probably makes the most sense. Hopefully that answers that. Next question. Will food supply be a thing? Yeah, the ship's going to have a hydroponics, and the way that the kitchens and things work is that you'll have organic 3D printers which print out raw materials. So you could print out a potato, but that potato will actually be made of plant matter which you've grown in the hydroponics. So all the plant matter that you grow is essentially mulch. It's food for the 3D printers, it's fuel. So all that plant matter gets turned into pellets, and then those pellets are used to print out sort of genetically modified stuff. So you could print out a fake carrot and a fake potato made of this plant matter. And then the job of the chef is to turn this fake stuff into edible cuisine. And one of the upgrade paths is going to be finding faster growing and more nutrient dense plants and things to replace the things you're already growing, so that your food supply on the ship is easier to maintain and more abundant. Yes, that suggests there's going to be some survival elements, and there will, but really, really lightweight. So we don't want the game to be a survival game as such, but we do want eating and drinking to be a little bit meaningful, so that if the ship runs out of food and water, the crew will die. But we don't want it to be a sort of an arduous task where you're constantly fighting against running out of food. So it's not going to be a stressful game mechanic, but it will be a game mechanic. Next question. Do you ever worry that the game/simulation you envision make it too complex to be fun to play? Yeah, for that very reason, we have included lots of different roles on the ship. So engineering is going to be nerd heavy. It's going to be about remembering interface names, remembering about what connects to what, what does that cable actually do? Where does that lead? And for a lot of people, they don't want that. That's not the game they want to play. They don't care about engineering. They don't want to memorize interface names. So for those people, like Claire, perfect example, who hates engineering, she will never have to worry about it, because the NPC crew will deal with all of the engineering side of things on their own. You can just leave them to it. So earlier I mentioned tasks being generated for each department on the ship. So the engineering tasks will relate to the physical condition of the ship's components. So if a cable is broken or on low health, then a task is generated for that to be investigated, and the NPC will go off on their merry way and investigate the problem and then fix it if they need to. So you as the player don't need to get involved in that unless you're in the engineering role, in which case you can choose to get involved in that. So the task list will be, each department will have an office. So you'll have like an engineering office, a science office, etc., etc. And in that office, there will be a big screen on the wall listing all the tasks in the order that they were generated. And as the player or an NPC, you can walk up to that task list and just claim one of those tasks, and that's now your task to go and complete. Now, in the sandbox mode, which is the base game we're building for early access, we're making it completely optional for players. So you can either do the tasks that are relevant to your department, or you can not bother if you'd rather just go and do something else on the ship. We're not going to be forcing players to do those tasks. If you want to just leave the engineering crew to the NPCs, just let them do it, you can. Caveat to that being, if they all die, then now no one's doing those tasks. So you'll then have to do them because there's no NPCs left. And that's the same for every department. So if you find engineering like monotonous and boring, then you do not have to do it. If you just want to be in command, or you just want to fly the ship, you can just do those things and leave the NPCs to do everything else. So that's really kind of one of our core selling points. So it's something that we're focusing heavily on getting right. Next question. Do you have plans for supporting community modding? It's a difficult one because of the complexity of the game. We don't have anything against community modding. We're certainly not going to do anything to prevent community modding. We're not a live service game. Everyone has the client locally, and that client is open for people to mod the client, and people likely will mod the client. But in terms of official mod support, it is difficult. So, like going back to, where are we? These cables over here. There are hundreds of these cables all over the ship, and they're all, right now, they're just stuck through the ceiling, but they will actually be routed from source to destination properly. And, that means drawing a spline all the way around for that mesh to be drawn. And to mod all of that would be a massive undertaking. Making a custom ship for this game, without being in the source code and having access to the tools, I don't know how practical that would be. But yes, I guess the best way to say it is that we will not stand in the way of community modding. We have nothing against community modding. It's literally the practicalities of what it is we're building here. It is a very, very complicated system. And I don't want to sound like I'm doing modders a disservice, because I know, there are many modders out there who, in many cases, produce better content than the original developers. I used to be a modder myself, so yeah. I think that's as much as I can say on that, really. Feel free, but we won't be supporting it officially anytime soon. Next question. Will player ships interact with each other in multiplayer, or is everything going to be contained on the one ship? Yeah, I know what you mean. So it's something the size of the Magellan class here. It's already pushing the limits of like VRAM and just resources in the game. So having 2 of them loaded at once, for example, would probably be too much in terms of RAM and VRAM. But if there was multiple smaller ships, then we could have, say, a small fleet of 5 ships in the same game if they were all small ships. Because again, we've got that resource cost to think about. I think what I last pictured when I was thinking about that is when you start, say, a new multiplayer game, you could have a slider for how many ships you want, and the further up you put that slider, the less ships you'll be able to choose from. If you set it all the way to, say, 10 ships, then that's going to be 10 really small ships in order to keep the resource cost down. Yeah, I think that answers that one. Next question. Will you guys hire more people or allow people to contribute to the development? Well, now that we are officially backed on Kickstarter, obviously it's still going, but we have reached our goal. We will be bringing people on board to help out and speed up development. We're about to hit the 140k stretch goal for VR, and that does sound like a lot of money at face value, but when you think about a AAA developer costing in the region of £60,000 a year, all of a sudden it doesn't sound like a lot of money anymore. And you can't employ a lot of developers and give them a career and a stable job on £140,000. It's you can't look after someone's livelihood with that little amount of money. But what we can do is bring on contractors and task them with specifically contracted jobs, like creating a new character system, creating VR for first-person IK, that kind of thing. And that's again depending on funding, because we don't know how much it's going to go to yet before Kickstarter ends. But the number of people we bring on board and for how long is going to depend on what the final figure looks like. I would say, looking at it where it is now, I would say at the very least we're going to be taking on a concept artist, a programmer to work on the character system, and a character artist to look after the character modeling and animation side of things. So that's probably 3 hires that we'll be making pretty much immediately. The second part of that question was, are we allowing people to contribute to development? I would say no in terms of volunteers, and that's not a slight against volunteers, but we've had a lot of bad experiences in the past with volunteers just disappearing or not providing the things that they said they were going to provide, or in the worst case, someone decided that they wanted to go and work on a different project, and then we had to take out all the things that they'd made. So, for those reasons, we are sticking strictly to paying people to do a job. It's much cleaner, it's much easier. We have a business need, they have the skills, we have cash, we'll give them that cash, and then they give us the product. Nice and clean, nice and simple. And it kind of, it removes any ambiguity in the expectations as well. Next question. Will there be any support for voice command and things like the lifts saying EDEC, or just going there would be cool? Voice attack is a good solution for that sort of thing. We do already support voice attack on the helm, so all the helm functions have keybinds associated with them, so you can use voice attack to say, go to FTL, that sort of thing. We could probably roll something like that into the lift. The issue is speech recognition within the game, which we don't immediately have a solution for, so that's something I'd look into. But we could certainly do it with voice attack, so we could have keybinds for all the various decks, and then when you're stood in the lift, those keybinds are active. So if you go in the lift, use voice attack to activate one of those keybinds, and that will accomplish the same goal. Okay, next question. I want fetch quests based on discovered medical issues. Officer Unlucky has contracted Typanian spleen sickness. That sounds bad. New quest unlocked to retrieve 3 new Typanian spleens. Yeah. So that kind of goes into the deck crew gameplay a little bit. If you picture a game like, like Banished, for example, where you'll have a stash, and as you're building your settlements, that stash is where logs get put, quarried stone, it all goes into that stash, and then you have the NPCs which come and grab what they need and take it to where it's needed. We'll probably have something similar, so we'll have storage areas around the ship, and the deck crew will be taking things between those storage areas. So, in this example, if in the medical facility a certain canister of some chemical or medicine is needed, then one of the deck crew will go and get that from one of the stores and take it to the medical facility. On a grander scale, when you interact with alien civilizations, along with the multiple choice diplomacy options, when you're having that dialogue with them, some of them might ask you to do a thing, and it could just be as simple as a fetch quest, like they really like gold and they want some gold, so you can go and grab them some gold from somewhere and bring it back to them, and now your reputation with that alien species is increased. It's a very simple example, but things like that. We don't want to fall into the trap of just having procedural fetch quests everywhere. Next question. Is there going to be any support for logic gates and automation? Barrow Trauma is a game that I feel does this well. A good mixture of being able to automate and letting the players take on the challenges. Yeah, so one of the things that I want to implement at some point is console access on all of the consoles, like on the bridge and around the ship. So you can bring up a physical console that you can type into. So that could be used for doing scripted actions. So not so much logic gates, but kind of along those lines. So if you want to bring the shields online and charge weapons in one action, then there could be a script that you could access within that console command to run a macro, essentially, to do those automated tasks. So yes, something along those lines, I think, is what we'll do. I've seen a lot of people mention Barrow Trauma and Space Station 13, I think it is. I haven't played either of those games, and it sounds like I need to. So yeah, I think I'll pick up a copy of Barrow Trauma and check it out. Okay, so next question. How deep is the simulation of communication? Are there actual readable signals going back and forth between systems? Is there biometric identification or keycards that can be stolen or just PIN code? So in the initial implementation of the system, the sensor sources will be guess, no different than stars and planets. So on the comms console, there'll be a list of signals within range, and you'll be able to lock onto that signal, and it could either be an incoming hail, or it could be a distress signal, or it could just be a relay somewhere which you can then hail yourselves. I would say that that's probably where we'll go with it initially. Longer term, I would like some kind of frequency scanning system, so you'll literally have to scroll through the frequencies looking for a signal. I think that would be more engaging than just having all the signals already there on a list. But just building the system out and at least getting it working, I think we'll just start with a target list and work from there. Next question. Are there any plans for imposter stealth game modes? Yeah. There is an in-game organisation called the Society for the it's going to be a mouthful. The Society for the Preservation of Humanity, or SPH for short. And the lore behind the SPH is that it's an unknown wealthy benefactor who, along with the other people that are in this organisation, are firm believers that it is a mathematical certainty that if humanity explores the stars, we are going to encounter a hostile alien civilization that will bring about the end of humanity. And they're so firm in their belief that this is a mathematical certainty that they sabotage everything they can to try and stop the mission from launching. And certainly in the single-player campaign that we do, they'll play a big part in that, especially with the tactical side of things. So if you're playing as a tactical officer, that will be one of the main storylines. But the related gameplay for that will also include in the sandbox. So you'll be able to choose a sabotage option on any device on the ship, any cable, any pipe. If you go up to it and press the interaction key, there will be a sabotage option on there. And every time you perform an act of sabotage, a percentage will tick up as to how likely it is you'll be discovered for doing that. And someone who's playing the tactical role will be able to go and use a tool to see whether or not there's any evidence that you might have left behind. And if you keep doing it without kind of waiting for the cooldown to go down, then there's a higher and greater chance that you're going to leave evidence behind. And then the tactical officer will be able to identify that it was you that did it. So, yes, that's kind of our version of the imposter stealth game mode. And of course, then you throw them in the brig. Next question. Last stream you mentioned sabotage. Will this extend to medical gameplay? Can the unnamed antagonist poison people or infect the captain with a deadly disease? Yes, I don't see why not. Obviously, that's going to be more of a thing once we've got environmental controls. So going back to the whole ship being filled with cubes, all of the HVAC systems, so the heating and air conditioning, they'll have both input and output vents all around the corridors. So if you were to put a dangerous chemical in one of the intake vents, then that would then start to spread through those cubes as it goes down the corridor, and that poison would spread around the ship. I suppose like chef gameplay, you could put poison in a food. Yeah, there are many options there as to what you could do. But yeah, we'll think on that, as and when we implement it. I'm sure, we can do some round tables with the community and look for some cool ideas. Next question. I saw some cool screenshots of the ship during design. Are you using actual CAD software instead of Blender or /Maya for the design? Yeah, I'm using SketchUp Pro, which is probably on the low end of CAD software. But it's what I've always used for ArchVid's work, and it's great for doing the structural framework and the routing of pipes and cables and things. It's much more CAD-like than like Blender or anything like that. It's designed as an architectural tool, which is why it's so good at doing ArchViz. So everything you see here, literally everything you can see here, has all been modeled in SketchUp Pro. All of this is all SketchUp. All of this, all the horrific lighting, that's a bug I need to fix. So like, the staircase, the steps, everything, it's all done in SketchUp. And SketchUp isn't a tool to use for game engines. It can't do a lot of 3D modeling work that's needed for game engines. It's pretty atrocious at UV mapping. It doesn't do surface normals properly. There's a fair few things that it can't do. So I do all of that within Unreal Engine itself. So doing face-weighted normals, doing the UV mapping, doing all the material work, all of that happens in Unreal itself. All I'm using SketchUp for is literally the geometry. So I export the geometry as an object file and then do all the rest of the work in Unreal itself. Next question. I'm curious if there will be an update to the demo with some new features. Yes. So I was hoping, and I'm still hoping, to have a demo update out before Kickstarter ends, and that's going to be the new sensors all polished and working properly, the new controls here for being able to turn the holo display on and off, because a lot of people wanted to be able to turn it off, so that's the button for it, and a lot of the new ship construction, which, as I said earlier, includes the Cubieri ring and all the various other bits and pieces. So that'll be the new ship design that we're building. So that's going to be what's in the next update. I think, given that time is against us at the moment, I'm probably just going to do the main pieces of the internal framework, and then for like the nose of the ship and the shuttle bay at the back, I'll have a much more basic version of the framework and then some placeholders for the engines. At least so we can get it, at least we can get the update out, and then focus on polishing the actual important bit, which is the sensors and planetary scanning and that stuff. Next question. Really excited for this game. How do you plan for the tactical systems on the ship to work, targeting and such? Okay, thank you. And yeah, we touched on that earlier. If I kind of picture a scene in more depth, so let's say you've rocked up to a planet and there is an alien ship approaching you. They haven't held you or anything. So the first thing that would happen is the comms guy over here, he would have that ship on his list as a comms target, and they would then try and hail that ship. If the ship didn't respond to that hail, then the prudent thing to do might be to raise the shields. So this guy sat over here will be raising the shields. Now you're kind of sat in a defensive posture. Maybe the tactical guy might start charging the weapons, may not. Keeping the weapons charged will damage the capacitors, so that's kind of a decision that would need to be made. The captain might say, right, let's have a look at this ship. So the sensors guy, using the short-range scan, will target the vessel, and that will appear on here completely in 3D, so you'll have a 3D display of the enemy ship, potential enemy ship. And that will be covered with various energy signatures of various strengths. So you'll have like a high energy signature or a low energy signature, and you won't know what those are, obviously. And then the captain might say, or rather, let's say the ship opens fire. So they just open fire, and what you'll see is that some of those energy signatures suddenly spike. So it might be idle, and now there's a huge energy spike in one of those energy signatures right before it fires. So now you know that's probably a weapon. So then the captain can say, right, target whatever that was that just energy spiked. So that the guy over here then targets that energy signature and sets the weapons to auto fire on that target. And then the turrets, which will be at the front here on the hull that's not there right now, both above and below, the ship's AI will physically move the turrets to the target, and then the job of the tactical guy is to paint the targets. So tactical guys saying what to shoot at, and then the ship shoots at that thing. So you won't have to manually target the turrets, the AI will do that for you. In terms of the actual combat itself, the idea is that you use the beam weapons, the energy weapons on the ship to bring down the opponent's shields, and then you switch to kinetic weapons, railguns in this case, to target their hull and to target the ship's systems. We, at least not on the big ships, we're not going to have them just arbitrarily explode. So you'll be targeting energy signatures on the alien vessel, and as you destroy systems, those energy signatures will blink out because they've been destroyed, until you'll get to the point where it's just a broken husk floating in space with no energy signatures left at all, and that is then a dead ship. So it's not just going to explode arbitrarily when its health value reaches 0. It's going to be a lot more involved than that. It's all about actually destroying subsystems and systems and physically breaking their ship. And then in the future, the idea is you'll then be able to board that vessel and then see if there's anything there worth taking. But the boarding of them is future goal. That's not something that's going to be in early access. So hopefully that kind of covers what we've got planned for the tactical side of things. Sort of gameplay wise, we don't want it to be space jousting. It's going to be slow, tactical, two ships fighting at sea kind of feel to the combat. And the next question is, what will the tactical officer gameplay be like? So everything I just said plus, so the tactical officer will be sitting over here, and he'll have a weapons locker behind him on this wall. And let's say that either a saboteur NPC or a player who is just going around causing shenanigans breaks something on purpose, then the tactical officer will see that on his screen. So there'll be suspicious activity has just occurred in this location. They can then either call an NPC to that location or go there themselves and investigate what may or may not be going on. And that's where they'll then use their handheld security tool to see whether any evidence has been left behind and then go after the perpetrator. The other thing the tactical guys will be doing is going away, providing security on away missions. So if we get to the stretch goal where we're generating derelict alien vessels and derelict alien stations, you'll be able to take a shuttle over to that location. And we're very much planning for those to be procedural dungeons. So if you've ever played like Diablo 2 or Diablo 3 or 4 now, the dungeons in the Diablo series are fully procedural, different every time, but based on a predefined tile set. And that's kind of what we have planned for like derelict alien ships and stations. So each one of them will have a completely procedural, unique interior, but built using tile sets that we'll have to develop with our artist team. And the procedural tools that Unreal has these days also means that it's not just a collection of the same mesh that's put in a different place. You can actually do a lot to those assets to make them completely different, with different looks and feels. Sometimes it could have pipes all over it, sometimes it won't. That sort of thing. So these alien derelicts should all be very, very different. and there could be a security system that needs to be turned off or destroyed, and that's where the tactical guys will come into it. Or perhaps there's still some aliens left which are hostile, or some hostile aliens that were boarding it trying to loot it themselves, and they attack you, and again that's what the security officer will be doing on that away mission. Hopefully that gives an overview of what that will be all about. Star system, where some systems are being disrupted by a nearby alien colony, and where sometimes there's a chance you receive a virus that damage when you adding back the... Sorry, that's gone on to multiple lines. I think I get where you're coming from. Yeah, we want to implement all sorts of weird and wonderful spacey stuff out there in the galaxy. I mean, yes, it's all going to be based on real physics and all of that, but there will be some room for some sci-fi as well in addition to those things. So there could be a nebula and your sensors don't work in that nebula. There could be a planet surrounded by something that you cannot penetrate with your sensors. There's lots of different things that we can implement which may not be sort of traditionally science and more science fiction, but I think we will approach that on a case-by-case basis, and as long as it's not too wild and wacky, I think it's good for gameplay. And sort of touching on the virus side of things, there could be an alien derelict there, which when you scan it, it puts a virus back at you as you're scanning it, and now you've got a virus on your ship. So things like that, definitely. And a follow-up question: when are you adding back the alerts with sounds? Yeah, we had a bug with the red alert where the sound would keep playing in multiplayer and you couldn't turn it off, and we made the call that it was better to not have it at all than to have it on constantly, because it would get quite annoying. So maybe not the next build, depending on how much time we've got left, but I would say the build after that. And the idea with the red alert is that there'll be a tannoy. It won't be called red alert, it will be called something, well, probably a general quarters. So the ship's AI will go sort of like, doom, 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 general quarters sort of thing. Maybe not quite that polite. And then the red alert sound will maybe sound 3 times and then stop, and then you'll just have the red lights flashing. So it won't carry on continuously, getting annoying in the background. Just grabbing a drink a sec. And of course someone will have to replace the bulb. Next question. Out of curiosity, can we completely tear the ship apart? As in, can we pull out the floor and see what's underneath? Yeah. Not the framework, but everything else. So every white panel you see here will be completely destructible and pull-offable. If we come into here, you can see an example of what... Oh, hi Steve. I forgot Steve was in here. This is an example of what the room looks like with none of the wall panels on. This one's not finished because it doesn't have the floor detailing. If you imagine that the floor looks like the ceiling, and the walls obviously have holes cut in them for cables and things, then every part of the ship will be destroyable to this level of not finished sort of thing. I use words good. Yeah. So the metal work itself, you won't be able to damage, at least not yet, maybe in the future. But you'll be able to trash every single room right down to the bare metal. And then obviously, you'll be able to fix that and put things back. Similarly, let's turn that off because it looks horrid. Like, this corridor, for example, if you're taking damage in this area of the ship, then these will eventually have like joins in them, very subtle joins. then this carpet's going to be ripped up, there's going to be a hole in the floor, and there's going to be bare metal underneath. So all of the interior is going to be breakable. Next question. Will we be able to commission Starship designs after the Kickstarter is over? Or will the Kickstarter be our only chance to have a custom design be made at some point, especially given the complexity? Yeah, we did discuss that. And I think what we're going to do is, once all of the custom ships are built and implemented and everyone's happy with them, we will probably open up commissions one at a time. So on our website, we'll have commissions open, commissions closed. If commissions are open, then it will be a first come, first serve basis, or maybe even a bidding process. I don't know, that doesn't sound right on some levels, but we'll find some way of doing it in a way that's not kind of exploity. But yes, I think one at a time, over time, I think is probably how we'll approach that. Next question. Will we be able to access that ring, or is it just cosmetic? Okay, so let me turn this back on. So this ring is physically the FTL hardware, and each one of these objects on the ring is one of the FTL coils. I'm missing some of the framework at the moment, but these are all individual objects connected to an individual actor right now, but each one of them will be scannable separately, and every single one of these will have a health value and an efficiency value, and the sum of all of them together will define the efficiency of your FTL field. So as you start to lose coils, your FTL field will not be as powerful as it otherwise would be when they're all in tip-top condition. And you'll have a little service craft, like a little utility vehicle, like a little JCB with arms, something like that, that can come out and physically replace these coils as they're damaged. So yes, it's very much designed to be accessed. Same with all the hull plating, so each and every one of these pieces of hull plating can be damaged, and you'll need to get your little utility craft out here to replace them. Next question. I think in one of the promo videos you said that all the wires and pipes connect to the various systems in the ship behind the panels. Are you able to show this? We've already had that one. Just to remind people, yes, all the pipes and cables are there. They are all logically connected. They are not physically drawn yet, because that's just a job that's on my to-do list. Next question. Will the galaxy have random events like solar flares, collapsing stars into nebulas, etc.? Yes, but not random. Because the problem with the galaxy is it's big, and the problem with random is it's random. So if you imagine one random event happening randomly in something the size of the Milky Way, the chances of anyone being there at the time that it happens is like astronomically small. See what I did there? Yeah, so it's probably more along the lines that we will have things which are maybe a star that's on the cusp of going supernova that very politely waits for players to be near it before it does. So probably something more along those lines, because the chances of you catching a random star going supernova at some random point in the galaxy, it's just no one's ever going to see it. Next question. Will cybersecurity be featured in the simulator? Are you hacking other ships or defending your own, root-causing hacks on your ship? I don't know at this point. I mean, certainly dealing with an alien attack, post-attack, yes. So, in the virus sense. So your ship's got a virus, and now you're dealing with that and purging it from your systems. Real-time attacks where you actually detect it happening in real time, I would say no for the time being. That's something that we'll have to come back to at a later date. That's got scope creep written all over it. Next question. So it will be an on-ship experience. Not exclusively, no. Again, depending on how far we get with the Kickstarter is how much on-ship will be focused. Up to the VR stretch goal, everything will be limited to the ship itself. You'll be able to send probes down to planetary surfaces to retrieve physical objects, which you can then carry around your ship and do scans on and things. But until we've got shuttles implemented, you are limited to being on the ship. But once shuttles are there, then we'll start to implement alien stations, alien derelicts, and eventually, if we get enough funding, planetary surfaces. So you'll be able to fly the shuttle down to the surface and then explore on foot, or with a small buggy or something, if we have a shuttle big enough to have one in its trunk. But yes, it's not. We definitely are not designing this as an always on the ship experience. The best way to look at it is we are treating the ship like a mobile base of operations. It's your home in space, it's where you go back to restock and refuel and recover, it's where you store all your resources, it's your home among the stars that you take around with you. It is very much a mobile base. But all of the content, or at least all of the in-person content, is outside of the ship. So you'll be using shuttles to get to that content. So yeah, that's probably the best way of looking at it. You take your home to the place where the content is, and then fly down to the content. And that's not to say that there isn't a lot going on the ship, of course, because there's lots of tasks and things to do on the ship as well. Next question. Are you planning on adding any survival mechanics needing to eat, sleep, or anything like that? Or is this not really what you're going for? So yes, we are, and we don't want it to be too arduous, so there's going to be some playtesting involved in getting that right. I think, off the top of my head, I'm thinking along the lines of eat and drink once per in-game day. It should be sufficient. We don't want it to get in the way of gameplay, but at the same time, we don't want food and drink to be completely forgotten about. So it will matter for the NPC crew more than it matters for the player. So the NPC crew will need to go and eat and drink more regularly, because they'll be more part of the life aboard the ship than you are. But from players' perspective, I think, as long as you go to the mess hall and eat and drink once per day, that should be enough to satisfy the survival mechanics. Because again, we want the food supply on the ship to matter, and the water supply to matter. If the water recycling hardware breaks, then you haven't got fresh water anymore. But there needs to be some consequences to that. So, everything needs to connect. Everything affects everything else, essentially. I suppose connected to the survival mechanics is things like resource gathering. Everything on the ship which breaks and gets repaired, the act of repairing things will have a resource cost associated with it, especially when it comes to 3D printing new parts. And the 3D printers are going to work on a sort of elemental recipe. So, a certain percentage iron, a certain percentage titanium, a certain percentage carbon. So you'll be storing those elements by gathering them through mining as you go about your exploration of the galaxy. So along with a shuttle and a utility craft, there'll also be a mining craft as well in the shuttle bay. So you'll park up next to an asteroid, take out the little mining craft, go mine some rocks for a while, and then that replenishes the stocks for all the 3D printers so that you can carry on printing more parts and repairing things. So again, that's kind of on the survival scale of things. Next question: how deep does the simulation go? If we take battle damage, are we able to go onto the hull and replace damaged components or perform repairs? Yes, very much so. So the first example of this is, I know this looks terrible. This was a placeholder that has stuck for a while, as are these stairs. But this is just basically an example of something on the ship which can be broken, and then you'll need to physically get to it to repair it. The airlocks are going to be here. You can probably see that these rooms are going to be the main airlock rooms, of which there's 2 on each side. And so if you imagine the physical airlock itself being in here, and then the external door is going to be there, and another one there. So you'll be able to come out of those airlocks onto the outer hull, and there'll be 2 landing pads here for additional shuttles or visiting craft. And there'll be various places where you can get up and access various parts of the hull. Like there'll be a pass through here where you can pass through alongside the ring and everything. There'll be probably like a little handrail. There's some steps and a handrail going up there, and the same here, like a little gantry going up the side. So there'll be things all over the hull, right down to maybe some navigation lights which are broken, which you've got to go and fix. And then sensors could be physically broken. This one's just the GPS sensor, so the galactic positioning system. So this one's how the ship knows where it is, and then the other sensors will probably be more towards the front of the ship for things like long range scans of stars and that sort of thing. So yes, there will be lots of EVA activity to repair things as they take damage, or as they just need maintenance generally. Next question: would it be cool to have the 2 versus ships to use with a GM toolkit to roleplay as well? Yeah, I guess there's no reason why not. I suppose also on that note, if we've got to the point where we have a selection of ships that you can start a multiplayer game with, and you start a game with 2 ships, then you don't really even need the GM tools for that. You can just organize that amongst yourselves. But yes, the GM tools could be used to create scenarios like that. Next question: will civilized alien life be non-humanoid? Yes. It could be anything from blobs up to beings of energy. Anything that we can think of. Who knows what alien life is truly like out there. Obviously there are certain astrobiology aspects to this, and we want things to make sense. So we won't be implementing alien races without some explanation as to why they are the way they are. So if there is a blob-like alien creature which is like a jelly, like the character whose name I've forgotten in the Orville. So if we have a race like that, then there will be some detailed backstory surrounding their biology and why and how they're able to be like that. But yes, there's no reason for life to be humanoid at all. My favourite question of the night: how much Kickstarter money have you spent on tea? Well, I do have quite the stock of Earl Grey. I always buy it when it's on offer, so if it's on offer I'll buy like 3 boxes and stash it in the cupboard. So yeah, I probably pre-spent about a tenner on Earl Grey, but obviously we don't get any of that yet. And hobnobs, chocolate hobnobs. If anyone wants to send me a supply of Earl Grey and chocolate hobnobs, that would be great, because I'm addicted to chocolate hobnobs. Next question: is there crawl spaces to access the internals? can we be a wrench monkey like Miles O'Brien, crawling around in the bowels of the ships and manually repairing and rerouting or bypassing components? Yeah, we've got our maintenance tunnels. Are they broken? Hang on, let's have a look. So interior walls, ceilings. Let's give it a minute while it opens those levels. Turn on those. That one. That one. That one, that one. Right, so here is one of the maintenance tunnels, and if I turn off that light, you can see that this is, the bowels of the ship. So this is literally the lower framework of the outer hull, and all of these cables and things, again, they are physically present. They're just not actually drawn properly yet. They will be stretched all the way around these maintenance tunnels, and running up the walls here and everywhere. There's going to be a lot of infrastructure which needs to pass through here to get to various places, like the main engines, various fuel tanks, the RCS. All the component cables and pipes and things all need to run through here to get to all those locations. So there'll be a lot of infrastructure in these maintenance tunnels that you'll need to get to. Missing a bit of detail there. There we go. Yeah, so when I've been doing this in CAD and working out the spacing of everything and how much room we've got for running the infrastructure, it's pretty tight. Yes, these are probably slightly oversized, well, more than slightly oversized for electrical cables, but they need to be big enough that they're usable, in game. But yeah, so both walls on both sides are going to be reasonably packed with stuff all around the maintenance tunnels. That should look quite cool. Next question. How will you combat feature creep? Claire. And do you have a plan and backup plan and backup plans and caffeine to make sure that this will not be a forever out for early access title? Yeah, this is a good question, and quite a big question, I guess. So the scope of the game has remained largely unchanged for 3 years. We know what it is we want to do, and we know what the final vision needs to look like, and that is a fully explorable, fully simulated starship. Everything, literally everything on it simulated properly, with a full crew that supports all those systems, goes about its daily business, and gets on with its life aboard the ship, and where the player can take the place of any of those NPCs, either alone or with friends, and along with that, to have a one-to-one, fully simulated, fully astrophysically correct Milky Way galaxy with what we aspire to be the most detailed, the most realistic Milky Way galaxy ever in any game ever. A lofty goal, but you may as well have a goal. If you're going to have a goal, make it a good one. And that's remained unchanged for 3 years. There are, I guess, little things which creep in along the way. I guess the most perfect example of that would be the office chairs that you can wheel around. That was one of those wouldn't it be funny if moments, and then 2 weeks later I'm still fixing bugs, and even to this day I'm still fixing bugs with that feature. But yeah, worth it. So yeah, aside from little things like that, the main vision has remained unchanged. And on the completion of Kickstarter, we'll be making a full roadmap, and that roadmap is going to be what early access is going to look like. So what is the feature list of early access? What tasks need to be completed to reach that goal? And what order are we going to do those tasks in? I'm going to steer clear of putting timescales on these tasks, because every timescale you ever put anything will be missed. That's just the nature of development work. Timescales are ridiculously hard to stick to. So it's going to be an order of events. We're going to work on this, then we're going to work on this, and then we're going to work on this, and then this is the end result. And that's it. That's the plan. That's what we're sticking with. So I guess unlike other titles which just keep adding more and more features over time, we've already got our what does success look like vision. What is our minimum viable products. We know what we're working towards. So yeah, I think that's just a long way of saying hopefully we'll be able to stick to our plan. And Claire kicks me if I start a sentence with "wouldn't it be cool if," she just goes no, and then that's the end of it. Next question. What will the weapons of the ship be like? Will it be lasers, guns, rockets, or maybe nukes? And most importantly, will it be realistic? Yeah, so on the realism notes, space is a dangerous place. And, you don't find explosives on the ISS for a reason. In fact, you don't find anything that can burn on the ISS for a reason. And, we're approaching it from a similar way. So the reason we went with a fusion reactor is because it's a non-volatile technology. We've got aneutronic fusion, which means there's no harmful radiation. The fuel tanks are inert materials. You've got helium and you've got deuterium. They're completely inert. The RCS is going to be Vasmir engines, which use argon. Everything on the ship is inert. None of it's explosive. None of it's going to just explode arbitrarily. So for that reason, no, we won't have nukes. The only caveat to that is going to be a self-destruct system, and we'll work out, how we're going to implement that safely. Probably two very isolated materials that have to come together to form something explosive. Torpedoes are probably not something. Well, we're certainly not going to implement them for UN ships, because we have laser point defense, and torpedoes are remarkably slow moving on the grand scale of things. I mean, a torpedo is not going to outrun a laser turret, so they seem kind of redundant in the age of laser turrets, especially beam laser turrets. They're moving at the speed of light. So the main arsenal is going to be beam lasers for taking down enemy shields, and then railguns for pummeling the hull. And a lump of tungsten moving at incredibly fast rates of speed is still extremely destructive. I mean, you wouldn't want to be standing in the way of that. It's going to give you a bad day. And also, that's entirely electrical. And that's the other thing with this. We wanted everything to be entirely electrical. The engines are electrical, the FTL's electrical, the weapons are electrical, everything's electrical, which is how the ship works. So you've got your reactor and you've got your battery arrays. The whole thing's a big electrical system, which makes it easier to manage. Next question. Will there be native support for ranks, commissioned, and non-commissioned, and warrant alike? Not anytime soon. We've gone for an overly simplified military structure, to keep it straightforward and to keep it approachable. We don't want to go too in depth on that, because I guess the focus of the game isn't on the military. The focus on the game is exploring the galaxy. The military ranks really are just there for organizing the crew. Next question. In your last stream, you mentioned zero gravity. Is it on the cards? Yes. So again, the one or two people that we're going to bring on board first are someone who can work on the character system, because yes, we fully recognize and appreciate it that it is janky right now, and we need a better character system, not only for just walking around, but also with variable gravity direction and strength. We want to be able to walk upside down underneath the ship on the outer hull. So things like that need more development than we've currently got on our character system. And then we need the characters themselves to be better and with much more realistic animations. So zero gravity is very much part of that. With the way that the artificial gravity is generated on the ship, it has an inverse square fall off from where it's generated at the base of the ship. So A deck should have less gravity than G deck. Subtly so, but there should be a difference there. So it would be nice if that was actually modelled in the game, so you can jump higher on A deck than you can on G deck. So just little things like that. And then the ability to maybe have gravity anomalies where gravity in a room suddenly changes. So for some reason you've got a pocket of no gravity in a room and you don't know why. Just little things like that, which we can't do right now because our character system doesn't support that. It's not in depth enough. So that's why we need that person on board to develop that system. Next question. What are your favourite space foods? I tried space ice cream once, and it was really, really nice. Like, surprisingly nice. So, yeah, like genuine NASA packaged ice cream. If you ever get the chance to try it, you should try it because it's surprisingly nice. Next question. How many ship classes are you planning on having in the game eventually? As many as we can, quite simply. It's, we've got, I think at the last count, seven Fleet Admiral tier backers. So that's at least 7 new ships that will be made for the game. And, who knows what they're going to be like, because that's down to the backers. But that aside, we've got at least one more exploration cruiser in the first DLC. We've got a carrier class military vessel in the second DLC. And in the third DLC, we're going to have dozens, if not more, cargo and trading vessels, because in that DLC, you'll be running your own shipping company, space shipping company. So, yeah, loads, and not to mention, alien vessels that might be flyable at one point. Next question. So I realise that your mission is to create a single galaxy, but how will you handle someone trying to make an extra galactic run? So that's not too much of an issue, because the nearest galaxy is still a long, long, long way away. And at 300 light years an hour, it's going to take a long, long, long time to get there. We're not going to put any boundaries or borders on the galaxy. Once you're in intergalactic space, you can just keep flying until you run out of fuel and food, if you so desire. There will be... So the entire galactic halo is included in the generation, and that will include things like globular clusters, as well as the dwarf galaxies, which are orbiting the Milky Way. So things like the large and small Magellanic Clouds, they are perfect candidates for endgame content, and depending on where we go with the main plot and story, which I'm not going to say anything about because Claire will shout at me, we want to use one of the small dwarf galaxies as the location for some of the endgame content, because they're really far away, really hard to get to, and it's going to be a bit of a mission to get there. Now, if you want to keep going and keep flying away from the Milky Way, then once we've got it fully volumetric, you should see the spiral of the galaxy getting smaller and smaller as you fly away. And then, like Andromeda and all the other galaxies, we'll just have them on a skybox. So we'll have a sphere around the play space, which has all the deep field galaxies just as images. So it won't be black as you leave the Milky Way galaxy. Your sky will be filled with galaxies, and then the big disk of the Milky Way below you. Next question. Is any of that modelled in so far? Individual component damage and panels fracturing, visually damaging. How is it impacting performance? So, yes and no. So, each one of these panels here is an individual actor. So they're not just a static mesh. They're actually a blueprint. So this is something which is running code. And if I open the master blueprint for this one, so other than setting the draw distance, we've got some optimization code which is going on. So if the player changes deck, then we run some checks to see whether that panel is on a matching deck, and we set the panel hidden accordingly to that. And once it's running code, we'll stop or start that accordingly as well. So already all of the wall panels are doing stuff. It might not be very advanced stuff right now, but it's still stuff. And the same with the floor, for that matter. So all the floor panels are separate objects that are running code. And that means that if we reduce the health of this panel, then all we need to do is swap the static mesh based on health, or grubby up the material based on health. So if I were to, for example, so let me just, that got painfully small. So if you take this corridor, for example, now you can have custom data associated with a mesh. So let's say that the custom data for this particular one was linked to the opacity of the grunge map. Then as that panel gets more and more dirty over time, you can see that we can grubby up the panels. So once that's tied to the custom data on the mesh, then only that one panel will be grubby and dirty. So this is going to extend into the janitorial role. So you'll come and give that panel a scrub and it will go back to clean again. But the same with the floors and things. This is the kind of thing that we can do to create a dynamic environment aboard the ship. So over time, panels are going to get dirtier and dirtier and dirtier unless they're maintained by the janitorial crew. And again, same with the floors, they get grubbier and grubbier. And if the health value drops, then we will change the mesh and replace it with a damaged mesh instead. Right down to the point where you've literally got just a few bits of plastic hanging off some bolts with the metalwork revealed behind. I hope that answers that question. Performance-wise, it doesn't affect performance at all. We're running nanite, and as an example of why that doesn't matter, I mean, look at the poly count on these bolts. Each one of these bolts has a huge poly count, and that's where nanite is is amazing because the poly count becomes irrelevant. So yeah, we can really go to town on the amount of detail. I mean, yeah, to be honest, I could probably make this mesh even smoother than it already is, and it's not going to impact performance in the slightest. So that's why we love UE5. Next question. Will the damage also change the flight capabilities of the ship? Yes. So like with everything else, it's all going to be modeled, and the RCS thrusters will actually be applying impulse to the ship. So if one of the RCS thrusters is damaged and its thrust output is reduced, then it won't be steering the ship as well as it otherwise would be. If you lose all of the RCS thrusters in one pod, then one entire quadrant of the ship's got no control anymore. So you'll be doing weird spirals through space. So yes, damage will very much change the flight capabilities. Next question, how does anti-gravity work? Is there diversity across technical approaches to anti-gravity depending on what alien species you're interacting with? Yeah, I think so. The way it's working on our ship is it is based on the Alcubierre technology for the FTL. So if you think about how space is compressed in nature, you've got high mass objects like black holes, which physically change space-time and lens space-time because of their mass. So to compress and expand space, you need an enormous amount of energy, and obviously that's how the Alcubierre drive is mathematically modeled to work. But if you turn down the power and only generate enough energy-based mass to create 1g of gravity, then you can use the same technology to create an artificial gravity field, and that's how we're modeling that within the game. That's our sort of in-game techie explanation as to how we can walk around. But who knows how different aliens do it? They might have some other weird and wonderful approach that we can explore as we add them. Next question. How do you expect combat to work? Will you be able to target specific parts of a ship when firing the ship's weapons? So as I touched on earlier, alien vessels will have energy signatures, and you won't know what they are. It's all relative towards their tech level and your science team's experience level. If you are more experienced than their tech level, then you'll have a better chance of knowing what those energy signatures actually are. And then yes, you can target those systems directly, and hitting those systems isn't necessarily just a case of targeting them, because, and if I use this ship as an example, let's turn that light back on. Zoom our way up through the ship. So, let's say you're targeting the GPS array there. That's now occluded by the ring. So, if an alien vessel is trying to shoot that sensor array, they're now hitting your FTL ring. So it's your FTL ring that's going to be taking the damage, even though they're trying to hit this. And it will work the same on alien ships. So say that, they've rather stupidly put their instant explosion power source right on top of their ship, but you're shooting at it from down below, you're going to be destroying, fuel tanks instead. And that's how it's going to work for both you and aliens. Wherever you take impact, a sphere will be drawn based on the power of that impact, and then that's what anything overlapping that sphere will take damage, and it will radiate from an inverse square from the impact point outwards to the edge of the sphere. Next question. You said you wanted to make each whole part an actor. Do you mean that literally, or will you abstract this away? I'm overly concerned about performance. Yes. So like with the wall panels, every piece of hull plating will be a separate actor. Now that doesn't matter because the ship is stationary. So we're not moving the ship through space. So the amount of actors that make up the ship is kind of irrelevant. With occlusion and with all the other optimizations that we've implemented, it doesn't matter that we've got literally hundreds of individual FTL coils. I mean, these also spin as well, just to make that even worse. But it's fine; it runs fine. We're moving space around the ship, not the ship through space. That's how we're doing this, and that means that we're largely unrestricted as to how much detail we can put on the ship itself. Next question. How scientifically plausible do you plan ship operation to be? E.g., will sensors be able to detect EMS spectrum, etc.? Yeah, if you've ever looked at like a waterfall trace from like an audio source, I really picture the sensors working more like that in the future. Right now, they're going to work by literally just giving you a list of things that you can detect in range. And that's not my final vision for that system. I would much rather have to work out and put more effort into revealing what's there within range, what's within a system. If an alien vessel is out there, finding it should be more complicated than just seeing it on a list. So that is something we'll add to over time. And with a lot of the things in the game, we're implementing it in a really basic way to begin with, just so that it's implemented. And then over time, we will iterate and make it better and deeper and more complex. Next question. Will damaged shield capacitors result in less than 100% shields or just a quicker drain? That would just be a quicker drain. I say that, sort of, because the strength of the shields is the sum of how much energy the capacitors are able to output at once. And, capacitors have a constant output. So every time the shield takes an impact, there's like a shock force which is pushing on the energy that's coming out of the capacitors. It's drawing that energy out, and the rate at which they can produce that energy or output that energy is how physically strong that shield is. And I'm picturing the shields a little bit like, if you've ever watched Stargate SG-1, the Goa'uld personal shield, you can shoot it with bullets and they bounce off, but throw a knife at it, because it's slow moving, it will just pass through. And I'm kind of picturing our shields in the same way. They're a bit like water, I suppose, that if you hit them hard with kinetic weapons, they're just going to bounce off. But you can push a ship or a shuttle through them slowly. So you can enter and exit the shield with a shuttle, but you can't shoot kinetic weapons through it. And the beam weapons are how you're going to drain that down. So if your capacitors are damaged or that their quality is reduced because you've kept repairing them, and every time you repair them it brings the quality value down, and you've got these flaky, shoddy capacitors, then their ability to withstand fast moving objects will get less and less. So objects will get through more easily, so they won't be as, I'm explaining that badly. Density. So the more healthy your capacitors are, the more dense the shield will be in terms of pushing things through it. I think that's a better way of explaining it. But yeah, in terms of the shield collapsing, it will collapse when the capacitors are dry. It won't get weaker over time, because capacitors have a constant output, and that's why they stay 100% until they drop. Next question. Are you basing your work on the mainstream Big Bang model? It's irrelevant, really, to be honest. The age of the Milky Way is, not in question. The age of the universe is in question, and a lot of the stuff that James Webb has discovered lately kind of calls into question the validity of the Big Bang theory, because we've started to find things which are technically older than when the Big Bang should have occurred. But in terms of our galaxy, it's not really relevant, because what we do know is how old our galaxy is, and we're not modeling anything outside of our galaxy, so it's kind of irrelevant for us, really. Next question. How about pets in space? Can we have our childhood goldfish or our pet dog, Porthos? Yes, pets. I think it would be nice for players to have pets, especially if, and I'm picturing Flight of the Navigator here, that really cute finger-hangy thing in Flight of the Navigator. Imagine if you go to an alien planet and you find some cute, friendly, furry thing. It would be nice to keep that as a pet. And I can hear Claire disagreeing with me already, because she will argue that morally we should not be taking any alien creatures from their natural habitat. But it's cute and fluffy and I want it. So, yeah. The ship will have a cat and a dog. Definitely. And obviously, Admiral Cluck will be patrolling the corridors. And we'll probably have some other chickens, in the hydroponics area to provide some eggs. So yeah, I think long term pets will be a thing, just not in early access. That's one of them feature creep things that I want to do, but not yet. Next question. Will there be variations in technology base between different species? Think Babylon 5, or will everyone have basically the same thing at different levels like in Star Trek and Mass Effect? No, I think, given that Babylon 5 is my favourite sci-fi show, that tends to be the direction I naturally lean towards. I want aliens to be alien. I don't want them to be humans with a different forehead. They're going to be alien, and I think Babylon 5 does that really well, like the first ones and the ancients and that sort of thing. I want alien races, which, again, because we're modeling alien development or species development on the age of their planet. So if their planet is a hell of a lot older than ours, then they're going to be more developed, and they might be so developed and so far into our future that they are just these weird giants patrolling the galaxy, and we've got no idea who they are or what motivates them or what they're doing, and just don't get trod on, I think, is the moral of that story. So yeah, that will definitely be a thing. In your previous trailer you mentioned role-playing. What kind of mechanics and gameplay loops can we expect for RPG? So if you mean solo RPG, then the single player campaigns will have you covered, where you will live and work on the starship with a shift cycle. You'll be reporting to work in the morning, you'll be going to bed at night. The single player campaign is all about you and your life and your career and your journey living aboard the ship, as distinct from the sandbox, which is a lot more freeform, where you don't have to go to bed at night and that sort of thing. If you mean multiplayer roleplay, then I'm a big fan of pen and paper Dungeons and Dragons, and Baldur's Gate, and anything D&D I love generally. And I used to play a lot of pen and paper D&D, and I like the role that a GM has in creating a narrative for players. I love Critical Role. I used to watch Critical Role whilst working. It was great. Yeah, and I love how you can really throw yourself into that world, in a D&D sense. So we want to include a GM toolkit to give the GM all the tools they need to create that narrative experience for their players. So the GM toolkit will have things like the ability to move the ship anywhere, in the galaxy. They'll have the ability to spawn encounters. They'll have the ability to hail the ship as though they were an alien or like an admiral on Earth, so they can hail the ship as an external comm source, or indeed, spawn a ship in front of the players and say, right, I am this ship, I'm now hailing you from this ship, and play out the encounter that way. They'll be able to spawn themselves as different characters on the ship, so they could spawn themselves as an alien ambassador in a shuttle approaching the ship. They could then land in the shuttle bay, exit as that ambassador, and then play that character as part of that roleplay experience. So that's the kind of thing we mean by making roleplay tools available. And we've got a roleplay channel on our Discord, and if anyone's got any good ideas, then chuck them on there. Someone mentioned the other day about the ability to create star systems and physical places in the galaxy as part of the GM-led experience. And I think, that's a good idea, and it's probably something we'll do. And we're going to be careful with this because we are making player design star systems a Kickstarter tier, and we don't want to take away from that. That needs to remain special. So with the GM toolkit, we're going to make it so that if the GM wants to create a star system as part of the narrative that they're doing for that story, it will only exist for that save game, and only for that small group of players as well. Whereas the backer tier star systems are physically there in the galaxy forever for everybody. They're part of the galaxy. So I think that's how we'll draw that line between those two things. But yeah, we got a lot planned for role players and role player tools. Next question. For multiplayer, are you planning to have a standalone server software executable to allow people to log in and out of the ship to create a more persistent experience? Yeah, so we're going to make a dedicated server, and that'll be listed separately on Steam to the main game, and you'll be able to run that and leave it running, and then players who are in your player group can then hop on and hop off of that server as and when they're available. And when they're not online, or indeed when no one's online, the NPC crew will take over. Next question. Hello, just wondering, because I'm a bit obsessed with luxury vessels, will there be ships that have luxury interiors like the famous Titanic? Also, thank you for the piano, it's amazing. Yeah, the piano it's another one of those wouldn't it be cool if ideas. I love that we can do something interactive like that, where players can just play music to each other on the piano. I mean, it's those little things which make the game world so much more immersive. And one of the things we've said from the beginning is we want it to be, if you could physically do it for real, then you should be able to do it in the game as well. If you want to pick up a bottle and throw it across the room, we don't want to prevent the player from doing that, because in the real world you could if you wanted to. And for the same reason, you can use any of the consoles without being sat in the chair, because if you want to lean over someone's shoulder and jab at their keyboard, you can, even if they don't want you to. It's an ability that you have in the real world, and that's how we want it to be in the game as well. But back to the original question, will we have luxury vessels? And yes, we have We have a DLC planned, which is going to be based on a TV show called Avenue 5. I don't know how many people have seen it, 'cause I don't think it was very popular, but it's funny, and it's set aboard a cruise ship in space where everything goes wrong. So that, and like Floston Paradise from Fifth Element, a cruise liner in space where you are working on the cruise liner, looking after the passengers, or you can be one of the passengers, and it's just a completely different experience again. And that would be obviously ornate and very much a luxury cruise liner. And it's another example of how we want every expansion or every DLC to be completely different from the last one. So the first one's about space exploration, the second one's about combat, the third one's about trading, the fourth one I want to sort of be Stargate Universe, where you're stuck on an alien vessel trying to get home, and then fifth one can be the cruise liner, and each one is completely different in its approach and its feel. And we want to kind of continue that trend. The more expansions we release, but we want every single one to have a completely different feel to it than the last. So each one stands on its own 2 feet as a unique experience. Next question. What about a torpedo system? Will there be projectile-based weapons that we need to track ammunition for? Torpedoes, no, because they're too slow. Ammunition, yes. So the railguns on the ship, which you can't see because that bit of the framework's not there right now, but kind of roughly around here, there is a room with turrets above and turrets below. So in the room are all the capacitor banks for the weapons, as well as the loading mechanisms for the railguns. And there will be a magazine that contains all of the railgun slugs, and part of the tactical role, if you're on duty in that area, is keeping that magazine stocked with ammunition for the railguns. And there'll be a 3D printer there, which for that purpose. So that'll use tungsten as its material, because they're solid tungsten slugs. Yes, so that is how ammo will be managed in that regard. 3D print the ammo, load it into the magazine, and then the railguns can fire it. Next question. So you mentioned in the intro video there will be completely different varieties of FTL, such as hyperspace. Do you think you or the community will be able to find in the FTL methods from other games, such as frameshift drive from Elite Dangerous or the quantum drive from Star Citizen? Well, we certainly can't do anything which is an IP violation. But if there are any ideas for any different types of getting around, then the beauty of having the galaxy physicalized is anything will work. So, our Alcubierre drive on this ship just moves us through space more quickly. Any drive that moves you through space more quickly is going to work the same as this one. Hyperspace is different because it's going to be based on the Babylon 5 version of hyperspace, where you are literally entering hyperspace and you exist in hyperspace until you leave. So one unit in hyperspace could be the equivalent of 1,000 units in normal space. So flying for 5 minutes in hyperspace, you would have gone a hell of a lot further in normal space when you leave. Then we can have things like jump gates, which again, all we're doing is changing the coordinates of the ship and the galaxy regenerates around it. Because the galaxy is driven by the location of the ship, we can just move the ship and the game just works magically. If we were to just suddenly change the coordinates of the ship to that of a star system, then that star system will load. It's that good. So yeah, any form of FTL is possible. Next question. Any chance of a native Linux version? I ran it through Proton and there were no issues. Yeah, the only issue we have with other platforms is that right now I'm the only developer and I don't have a Mac and I don't use Linux. So it's not really practical for me to release native builds on those devices. If we can get developers on board that do use those platforms, then we can get builds done on those platforms. So really, it's not impossible. It's just down to resource. So once we have the resource, we can do it. But yeah, we've got a lot of people using Proton, and it does seem to work fine. This game seems to follow the same ambitious lines as Star Citizen, No Man's Sky, and Starfield. However, all of those games failed to meet expectations. How do you suppose this game will be successful? I am sure that we will also fail to meet expectations in some areas. I think it's unrealistic to say everything will be perfect. That's just naive, I guess. So, there will be some areas where we succeed, and there will be some areas that we get wrong and we'll have to readdress and do better over time. Realistically, that's just the nature of game dev. That's just how it goes. I would say what sets us apart from the other titles is, I guess I can't really speak for Starfield because I don't know much about their development strategy or how they came to be. They just kind of appeared on the scene quite late in the game. But we do have, we have a set strategy. We have an existing predefined foundation for what we want early access to look like. We know exactly what features it needs to contain, and I suppose in another aspect, because we're a small indie studio, we are agile enough that if something turns out to be crap, then we can just go, well, that didn't work, let's do better. Whereas, the big AAA studios don't have that flexibility because, one, they have a lot of structure, a lot of people, a lot of decision makers. They've got external decision makers, they've got investors, publishers. They have all that oversight and overhead, which takes away some of that agility and ability to change. By being small and retaining that agility, it means that we can react to events more quickly. And I think the other thing which gives me confidence in our ability to deliver is the fact that we're doing it a piece at a time, slowly, methodically, optimizing as we go. We're not trying to build everything all at once. We're making sure we get each thing right before moving on to the next thing. And I guess I'm going to quote Blue Origin, step by step ferociously, but probably a bad example. But yeah, and I suppose a better example is we're a little bit like SpaceX in that we're not afraid of failure. We're not afraid of it blowing up because we'll just build another one better next time. Failing forwards. I think that's probably the best way of putting it. We'll try something. If it fails, we'll try it again better and keep trying it again better until it's perfect. And, I take that approach on everything we do. I hope that answers the question. I kind of went off on a bit of a ramble there. Next question. Will there be shipboarding with teleporters or otherwise? Eventually, yes, and it will be via shuttles. The only question we have remaining on how to achieve that is how do we deal with shuttle bay doors that could be closed and locked, and if we blow them open with weapons, then are we then in a depressurized environment? So there are some technical nitty gritty bits to deal with that mechanic, but yes, the goal there is that at some point you will be able to disable a large alien vessel, park your shuttle in its shuttle bay, get out, and then perform operations physically on foot aboard the ship. And then the same in reverse. They will be able to board you, and then you'll have aliens in your corridors. And to a lesser extent, there'll also be things that you accidentally bring aboard. So when you send a probe down to a planetary surface and bring back a plant or something, unbeknownst to you, that plant could have had eggs on it, and the next thing you know, you've got creepy crawlies all over your ship in your wires that you need to shoot. So yeah, things like that. Next question. How will we deal with communications, creating translation algorithms, etc.? So again, with the ability to collect things from planetary surfaces, the idea is that the ship has a really intelligent AI system that's running it. So the game's set in 2261. So if you take AI as it exists today and imagine what that's going to be like in 2261, it's going to be good. So you will feed it examples of alien writings and language that you bring up from planetary surfaces. So if you find a planet with, say, an industrial level society, then you can send down probes, grab some newspapers or some other things. You take that to the linguistics lab on C deck, and then in the linguistics lab, the ship's AI analyzes those things and says, right, I now understand this language, which then allows you to then hail that species and speak to them in their language, using the ship's AI as a translator. If they are an advanced civilization, then your ship and their ship will be able to just do a direct data link, exchange language databases, and now you can just talk. So you can skip that step of having to gather samples of their language. But at a high level, that's basically how it's going to work. Next question. Will you be able to localize where another ship's voltage spikes are coming from, just in terms of the ship's superstructure? Yeah, so alien ships will have physical systems in the same way that your ship does. They'll be more simplistic, so they won't have the level of detail and depth that your ship does. There will just be, this is a reactor, this is a power lead, this is an engine. It's going to be a lot more simple, but there will be some structure to the internals of their ship. Even if it's not one you can board, there will still be some form of internal layout relevant to how it works. So when you detect an energy source, that becomes something you can target. So that energy source is a targetable object in its own right, and that is physically, in a location on that ship, which is a physical thing which can take damage. So when you shoot that ship, if that thing is within the sphere of influence of that impact, it will take damage. And of course, the closer it is to the center of the sphere, the more damage it will take. Next question. Very cool that you have an Elite Dangerous sound person on board. Can you elaborate on sound and music in the game? Yeah, so right now we haven't had much of an opportunity to really develop our soundscape. There's been lots of other things that we've been working on as a priority. Our sound guy, Jose, he used to be the lead audio guy on Elite Dangerous back before Horizons, I think it was, when he left. But if you look at the original Elite Dangerous trailer. He did all the audio for that, and he also had a hand in designing a lot of how the sound is presented in Elite. He's got some good ideas for this as well, and we haven't got to that yet, but that's the direction we'll be going in. He did the whoosh sound for the FTL, but that whoosh is part of a much bigger set of audio where you've got the coils charging up and hissing of gas and that sort of thing. It's all quite epic, but we haven't built the system around it yet. We did have in-game music, but we did end up taking that out because it was a little bit repetitive, and most people tend to just turn off in-game music anyway. So we decided to go down the road of having the ship ambience and the environment creating the soundscape instead. So the drama and the tension of the moment we're going to do without music. So it's all going to be based on the ship. The groaning of the metal and the hissing of a pipe, or the crackling of a fire, the alarms going off in the background. We want all the drama to be through the soundscape and not music directly. And we'll use the music for other things. So obviously we've got our main theme on the main menu, and we'll have music in various cutscenes, more so in the single player campaign. I think the single player campaign is probably going to have a lot more in the way of music and how we use music. But for the sandbox, we really want the ship's audio to be the soundscape. Hopefully that answers that. Next question. You could grow this forever. Do you have an end goal / state in mind? Yeah, again, we've got a picture in our minds of what we want the early access release to look like. But long term, it's a very similar picture, to be honest. I guess long term we want more but deeper. So let's take planetary landings for example. So in the initial implementation of planetary landings, the way it's going to work is that you'll get in a shuttle, you'll then fly that shuttle to the edge of the planet's atmosphere or a certain altitude if it has no atmosphere. You'll then, when you hit that altitude, you'll suddenly be popped into like a chase cam as the shuttle flies down towards the surface. And that is a cutscene to mask the fact that you are being transferred to the surface environment, and then you'll be back in the shuttle above the surface, flying around looking for somewhere to land. Now those surfaces, we're going to go all in on every technology that Unreal Engine 5 has for outdoor environments. And if you've ever seen what Unreal Engine 5 can do with outdoor environments, it's immensely beautiful, and some of the environments are just breathtaking. And we're going to be throwing all of that at our outdoor environments. And so initially I don't want to say it's going to be static, but kind of static, in that we'll have forests and rivers and ravines and rocks and things. That's kind of version 1 with plant life. Version 2 will start to have animals wandering around. Sort of version 3 will start to do villages with actual NPCs, in the same way that Minecraft generates villages with its little villagers. A similar type of deal where certain biomes on the surface will be compatible with villages, and then we'll spawn those villages dynamically. And kind of that's where the capabilities kind of stop, because after you go beyond a village to say a town, the amount of procedural generation you need to do and how good that procedural generation is huge to be able to simulate a whole town that might have vehicles driving around. And then turning that into a city is just well beyond the scope. But in the long run, as we, as the years go on and funding comes in, and when we sell expansions and we build up the team and have more resources, then perhaps those things will be possible. Technology is constantly improving, and then perhaps one day we will be able to walk through cities on planetary surfaces. So, it's, I guess, we've got a galaxy, and that galaxy is filled with alien life and other stuff, astronomical stuff, and the only thing we can really do over time is flesh it out and make it deeper and deeper and more impressive and more varied. And I think, like I said, in the last video I did, just explaining what the game's about, I won't consider our job complete until every single star system you visit offers something you haven't seen before. And even if that's a procedural algorithm which is so good that the things it's generating are like so unique that it hasn't generated that before. I want every player, when arriving at a new star system, to feel a little bit of excitement for, ooh, what might I find here? And a little bit of fear for the same reason, what might I find here? Is this star system going to contain one of those incredibly ancient aliens which is just going to stomp me on its way past, not even caring that I'm there? It's that joy of discovery and exploration. It's that spark that you get when exploring new things. We want that everywhere across the whole galaxy. So, that is the end goal. Every single star system leaves you a little bit excited and a little bit nervous. Next question. What's your plan on voice chat? That's an easier question than the last one. So we're going to have proximity chat just for chatting on the ship. We'll also have broadcast channels for different departments, which will physically be played in those departments, and the ability to hail individual crew members. And we'll probably do that through a wearable headpiece of some kind. The actual HUD that you see, obviously the one that's there now, isn't the final HUD, but we're going to have each crew member wearing like a little AR headset over their ear. So if you imagine those like old Bluetooth earpieces from phones, something like that just attached to your ear, and that's generating an AR overlay on the world, which is your HUD. And then like if you pick up a weapon, then it will connect to that weapon and show you how much ammo is there or how much charge is remaining. Or if you pick up an engineering tool, it will tell you, data that the engineering tool is outputting, because the AR headset you're wearing is connecting to that device. But at the same time, we'll also use that same AR headpiece for communicating with other crew members remotely. Next question, alien aggressors combat. Yes. So, as before, yes, there will be alien aggressors, and yes, there will be combat. Combat in the game is definitely not the focus of the game. I think it's important to make that clear. This isn't a space combat game. This is a space exploration game. Combat is either the result of failed diplomacy, or it's the result of coming across an alien species who are space jerks and just want to shoot at you. We want combat to be deep and meaningful and tactical and engaging and enjoyable, but it's definitely not the focus of the game. Exploring the galaxy is the focus. Next question. Not sure if anyone has asked yet, but will there be other alien species to choose from the character customization? It would be lovely to have multi-species crew and really get that diversity. Yeah, I answered someone on this earlier on our Discord, and they pointed out that they'd like to be able to play as their race. So obviously they're backing us on Kickstarter on the tier that allows you to create your own race, and they're right. If you're generating and creating and designing your own race, you're going to want to play as that race at some point. So yes is the answer to that question, in the sandbox, because the lore of the game is that with the Magellan class, it's an experimental vessel, and it's a proof of concept that deep space exploration is viable. So you're out there to prove that the concept works. And then the Pathfinder class, which is the follow-up ship, is the proper, waving of the flags, this historical, 5-year mission exploring the stars. And, up until that point, in the lore, we haven't actually met any aliens yet. So in the single-player campaign, you won't be able to start as an alien crew member because, in the lore, there aren't any yet. But it's different in the sandbox because it is a sandbox. And I think, that's where we'll make that distinction. So in the sandbox game, you can, however many alien races we've made, you'll be able to pick from all of them to be as a character, including robots and things, but not in the single player campaign, at least not to begin with. Maybe if you then discover that alien race, you can invite one on board to join your crew. Next question, alien languages / universal translation. Yeah, so as we covered, you will either directly share language databases if the other alien is advanced enough. If they're an industrial society or they don't have computers yet, you will have to use probes to gather examples of their language, which your linguistics lab then is used for scanning and unlocking their language via the ship's AI. Next question. How much is it going to cost a full version when it's finished and released? We have every intention of it being free. I think it's backed enough on Kickstarter now that it will be free. What we wanted to do is we wanted to be able to get to the point where we can have enough of a game where we can start putting ships for sale as DLCs. And, I think we're funded enough for that now. So, yeah, we will go ahead and release the game completely for free, no microtransactions, and the only thing that you'll be paying for is additional ships and the single-player campaigns. Nothing else will be charged for. There'll be no cosmetic transactions. All the customization will be for free and built in as part of the base experience. Next question. Is there a general idea of release schedules, such as once per quarter or so? Yep, to begin with, it'll be as soon as it's done. Historically, that has kind of worked out quarterly. Some things take longer than others. I mean, some systems are really quite involved. The fluid system was one that surprised me. Building the fluid system for the reactor took way longer than I wanted it to, and that really dragged out timescales. Whereas other things, I did it in a week. So, yeah, for the most part, it's going to be a case of each update will be released as and when it's polished. But I would say on average, you're probably looking at least 4 per year, if not more. Next question. Ideally hope you are not rendering all lights when you're not in rooms. No, we're not. Unreal Engine does not occlude lights by default. I've mentioned this before, and I still don't know why. I don't know what the technical reason for that is, but they simply don't. I think they do frustum culling on the lights, but not occlusion culling. Instead, it relies on a system of if the fall off of the light reaches a certain size on screen, then the light is no longer rendered. But on the Starship, that's pointless, because if you come down, like, where are we? Let's pick a deck. Pick a deck, any deck. That one. So obviously every single one of these light panels has a physical light attached to it. They're all lights, and there are a lot of them, and all of them are going to be on and costing GPU time unless you do something about it. So I've actually had to write my own system for handling visibility culling of lights. So if you cannot see the physical mesh, so say this one here for example, you'll notice that the attenuation radius of the light is here, it's this sphere. Now if I'm here, you cannot see that sphere. So that light is not on and it's not rendering anything. As soon as you can see the edge of that sphere, that light is now on and rendering. So then of course nothing behind me is on, none of the lights down there are on, and indeed, because of course that sphere does actually go above and below the deck, it knows what deck you're on. So like this one here, if you look here, you can see that visible from decks is D deck. So this light knows that it's on D deck. If you're not on D deck, it won't be rendering anything. So, that's just an example of some of the optimization we've had to do to even make this viable, because of the difference between an indoor environment versus an outdoor environment. In an outdoor environment, you just stick a skylight on it and jobs are good. But a Starship where it's filled with physical light sources, you need to do a lot of tricks to get that working. So I hope that answers that. Next question, how extensive will modding support be? So as before, we have nothing against modding, we support modding. If you want to mod it, feel free. But officially supported modding is going to be difficult because of the complexity of the ships and how they're built. We might go along the lines of, once we've got the tools for it, putting like custom missions on the Steam Workshop, so players can make their own missions and put them on the workshop for sharing. That's probably how we will go about modding in that regard. We've got some people on Discord that want to be able to upload their own like PNGs for things like the logo for the ship and that sort of thing. We'll probably go ahead and do that as well. So if you don't like our United Nations logo, which is this one, so if you're not a fan of this, then like this could just be a PNG that if you stick a PNG in a folder, you can replace this one with your own. And then we'll have a toggle for whether or not you can see custom graphics. Little things like that we can do. But I know that when people mention modding, they mean, can we make our own starships? And yeah, not easily is the answer. Next question, are there any plans to allow the use of flight sticks for control of the ship? Yes. So the next patch after the one I'm working on, I'm going to get the control support working, and I'll be adding HOTAS support while I'm at it. So very simply, when you're sat in the chair, ignore this attractive dude. He's just there as a placeholder. Get rid of him. So when you're sat in the chair, it will automatically start taking input from a HOTAS or any other connected flight stick. When you get out of the chair, it will stop accepting input. Next question. I have a question about planets and civilizations. What about Earth-like planets? Are they as common as in Elite Dangerous, or is it more like in Starfield? I don't have the data to be able to answer that question. In all honesty, I don't even know how common Earth-like planets are in our galaxy, because because we'd need to survey it and see when the star systems generate, the location of the planets are procedural. So obviously, until that star system's generated, we won't know where the planets are. And that planet may or may not be in the habitable zone. And even if it is in the habitable zone, there's no guarantee it's going to be atmospheric or that it's going to have an Earth-like atmosphere. So, the chances of all of those dice rolls resulting in an Earth-like world, are quite low. But without someone physically going out and surveying every single sector, we're not going to be able to know, what the chances are percentage-wise of a star system having an Earth-like world. And I don't know what the data is for Starfield or Elite either. I will say that people do seem to find them quite regularly, so they can't be that uncommon. And this is something that actually excites me about this game, because I've mentioned before that we want to have a crack at the Drake equation, because we are procedurally and scientifically generating everything. I would like to think that the random numbers generating alien life, and indeed intelligent alien life, must be in the ballpark of what it's really like out there. We're trying to use as scientifically accurate numbers as possible. Using Earth as an example, give or take a percentage timeline-wise. We're working on the assumption that tholins are where life originates from, which is the running theory, and our star system is packed full of tholins, except Earth, because oxygen gets rid of them. So if we assume that just like our star system, every star system is packed with tholins, which are a precursor to organic life, then organic life should exist anywhere that organic life is possible. So if there's liquid water and tholins, then you should get organic life developing. So running on that assumption, our numbers should be in the ballpark of reality, probably. I'd like to think so. Where were we? Next question. And what about civilizations? How common are these? Are all on the technological development like humans, or is it a development stage from Stone Age to Type 3? Wider than that even. So what we're doing is, again, we're using Earth as our example, because that's all we have. And then we're, for each developmental stage of life on Earth, we are then plus and minusing a random percentage to create the variation. So we'll have a look at, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but after so many million years or billion years, simple bacterial life began on Earth. Now for a star system that is that age, with a planet that age, that planet isn't going to have complex intelligent life, because using Earth as our example, we only had bacteria. It took that long for bacteria to form on this planet. So, again, give or take a percentage, that's how we're going to be doing this. So alien life on a planet is going to be anything from bacteria all the way up to highly advanced civilizations, which are just so far beyond humanity that they just ignore us because we're like insects to them. That's the scale that we're working on. A question about wiring and piping. Making them functional would only make sense if they could be damaged, or if you as a player could manipulate them in some way. Can you on your plans on this? Yeah. So the pipes and cables and things can actually already be damaged, and the NPCs can fix them. I've got a video on, I think it was my YouTube channel from about 2 years ago, where we did an example of just using a test gun, shooting cables with the gun, and then the NPCs would dutifully come and repair them. So yeah, all that's already there. We just don't have a way of damaging them in the demo right now. Hang on, I've forgotten the question. Let me just reread it. Yeah, so yes, they can be damaged. Yes, they can be repaired. And they're very much a part of the damage model of the ship. So yeah, because these cables are physically going to be routed through the walls, if you take an impact here on this window frame and there's a cable running through that piece of bulkhead, then that cable is going to take damage. Now that cable is connected to this box and something else. So whatever that cable is connected to will now stop working. And that's true across the whole ship. So, you could lose a corridor with the lighting in the corridor, or the enemy could get a lucky hit on something really important, and then you could suddenly lose half of your RCS thrusters because they just happen to hit that right lucky spot on your ship. Generally speaking, the belly of the ship is going to be the more delicate, so you want to be keeping that facing away from enemies if possible. But yeah, it's a very physical damage model. Next question. Is there going to be support for logic controllers in game? For example, creating a button that shuts down the lights in every other room to conserve power. If you mean an external button, probably not unless you're sat in a certain chair. So, because we've had a few questions about similar things, like, can I use a Stream Deck for using the alert buttons? Can I have like a physical thing on my desk, like Game Glass, for example, where I can raise the shields or go to FTL? And we don't want players to be sitting in the lounge, drinking a beer, controlling every single ship function from Game Glass on their phone, because that's immersion breaking and arguably game breaking. So we're going to limit it to the fact that yes, you can do those things if you're sat in the relevant chair. So if you've got a UI on Game Glass, then if you want to control the helm, you need to be sat at the helm. Otherwise, that Game Glass is not going to work. Some caveats to that are, if you're, say, the captain, then you should be able to order red alert from anywhere on the ship, or raise the shields, or do anything else. So the captain will have the ability to issue commands no matter where he is. And again, if you have Game Glass or something like it, then you can have a button on your desk for that. I'm assuming that's what you meant by logic controllers. That aside, when we get to eventually building a scripting language for the game, you'll be able to make a macro to do things like that. Every device. Let's pick an example box. Let's fix the UI so it's prettier to look at. If I could even find the button. Where is my button? There it is. Where are the interface titles? Here. So, you've got cable IDs and things. And beyond the cable IDs, you'll also have interface IDs. I used to be a Cisco network engineer, so I'm used to logging onto a Cisco box and shutting and no shutting interfaces and that sort of thing. So that's kind of the thing I have planned. So like a Cisco device, you'll be able to telnet into the device, connect to any device on the ship, and then shut down its interface remotely using the console on one of your screens, especially from the engineering side. But yeah, so again, for logic controllers, yeah, that's the sort of thing. If you're sat in the right chair, you should be able to do. Next question, can you speak about scanning planets, as that's not currently in the demo? Let me load this up a sec. Let's turn off some junk that we don't need. Turn off my super light. Right, if I press the right button, you should be able to see it. So if I click that one, so this is going to be the short-range sensors. Now at the moment you can just see Earth, and I can't expand the tree because there's nothing there detected yet. So for every planet that you are nearby, you will be able to bring up a 3D version of that planet, like this. And as we build out the planetary scanning system, you will have targets of interest on the planetary surface. So, you know, that's our house right there. I should have that as one of the detected things. I should have a little thing that goes, Dan's house. But yeah, so you know, that sort of thing. So you will scan the planet, and you know, interesting points of interest will be, you know, visible on the map, with a little, you know, label on them. And then on here, those points of interest that you see on the holo display will come up here in a list, and then you can click on them, scan that thing, and then you'll get all the information about that thing that you've targeted on here. Something just went rolling past. You know, if you click Earth itself and then scan the target, which again is not implemented right now, then you know, it will tell you all about the physical characteristics, you know, the orbit, you know, the crust depth and that sort of thing, as well as, you know, what life exists, etc., etc. And that will be true for every planet. So if a planet has life on it, then it will say so here, and it will give you a procedurally generated description of that life, along with all the characteristics, like how aggressive they are and that sort of thing. Now, in the long run, things like aggression, xenophobia, those kind of statistics, there'll be background information that you won't see on the sensors, but the game will have modeled to, you know, drive how that race interacts with you. But we will add it to here for testing reasons, just to begin with. And this will be fleshed out over time. But this is generally how you're going to conduct planetary scanning. It's all going to be, you know, on the holo display, and you know, hopefully that'll be nice and interactive. In fact, I'm going to manually fly the ship across to Mars a minute. It's a bit janky playing it in the editor, but I shall do my best. Try not to do a loop of shame on stream. again, it's a bit janky in the editor. It doesn't glitch out this badly on a packaged game, but for some reason in the editor it doesn't like it too much. Okay, standard orbit, there we go. And now you'll see that the holo display has automatically updated to reflect the fact that we are now around Mars. And you'll see that Mars is now, physically smaller compared to how big Earth was. But I'm in the middle of moving the panel at the moment, but you'll be able to zoom in and out on that as well. So again, any points of interest on the Martian surface will be on here as as a little indicator, the description. And once we've got physical interaction with this modelled, the captain will be able to walk up to here and say, right, click, I want to go and visit that crater, or there's Olympus Mons there. I want to scan that target. So that is a very long example of what planetary scanning will eventually look like. Does any of this technology system exist in the demo? I don't know which technology system you mean, but all of the electrical stuff is in the demo, all the fluid stuff's in the demo, the reactor stuff's in the demo. Some of the none of the new stuff on the sensors is in the demo yet, and will be soon. But yeah, the full galaxy is in the demo. There's an example of the FTL cores moving, by the way. They do spin. Next question. For VR, are you planning to get into some kind of collaboration with Meta or Apple for their headsets, like special prices for VR? It's a good question. I don't know, to be honest. We'll have to have a conversation and see. I think where that conversation would fall flat on its face is I doubt this is going to run natively on any Meta or Apple device. I mean, it's a heavy, PC game. It's not the kind of game that I would expect to run on a device that practically has mobile hardware. Yeah, maybe a conversation for the future. But once we've got the VR implemented, and it's making a name for itself, they may very well approach us. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. Where did I get to? Okay. Next question. Will a player be able to essentially just live/work on the ship like in the movie Passengers? Personal quarters, random events causing systems to fail, requiring parts of the ship to be repaired. Yes. So one of the things I wanted to do is I wanted to have the ability to start the game with or without an NPC crew, or the I just stole a starship mode, if you will. So if you wanted to, pretend like you're in Red Dwarf and you're just on your own on a starship in the middle of nowhere, then you can just launch a game without a crew, and then be responsible for everything. So as systems start to break down and things start to take wear and tear, the onus will be on you personally to go and deal with it, because there is no NPC crew. So yes, that will be a thing. if you mean just chill and live on the ship, then yeah, I mean that's what our passenger role is designed for. So if you're playing as a passenger, then all of the NPC crew will run the ship and explore the galaxy based on some priority lists, completely without the player being involved. So the NPC captain with his priority tree will explore, based on a set of predefined goals, and then will deal with dynamic events as they occur. But you as the passenger, you can just sit in the bar, chill, wander the ship, do whatever you want, and just be a fly on the wall as the NPC crew go about their day. Follow one crew member as they leave their quarters in the morning, complete their work shift, go to the bar after their shift, and then go to bed. You could literally follow them around all day if you wanted to. That's one of our unique selling points, that the fact you can do that. Next question: do you have an ideal date for the final release? Are you just seeing how things go? So I am penciling in kind of this time next year, so sort of April, May next year for early access, which gives us 12 months on the completion of Kickstarter to get all of our early access objectives done. Now, 12 months is quite a tight time scale, and game dev being what it is, that will probably slip. But we do intend to release periodic updates to the demo throughout that time. So we're not going to leave the community completely without any updates between now and early access. In terms of a version 1 polished full, this is the game launching, we're no longer in early access release, I think 2 to 3 years at a guess. I'm trying to be realistic with that. Again, that doesn't mean there won't be a game before then. It just means that it's going to be in early access for a couple of years, I expect, whilst we flesh out the systems, we add the polish, and really turn it into the polished final vision that we wanted from the beginning. Unlike a game that has a box price, us declaring that we're now version 1 and we're launched doesn't really change anything, because you've already got the game for free. So it's more of a symbolic milestone more than anything else. So I would say expect to see a few updates, maybe 4 to 5, before early access next year, and then once we're in early access, expect more regular updates all the way up until we declare that the game is polished. And of course we'll also be working on the expansion during that period as well. Next question: will black holes eventually affect the ship via interactions such as tidal forces, ripping the ship apart by piece, and possibly a situation where a 1% chance it acts like a wormhole? So, for the first part of your question, yes. And you might notice that if you fly up to a black hole now in the demo, the rumbling gets louder and louder and louder as you approach. Now in the future, that rumbling will equate to your ship taking more and more damage. So the closer you get to the event horizon, the more damage your ship's going to be taking, until it is eventually ripped to pieces. Now, to make that worthwhile, we also want black holes and other dangerous phenomena to be really science rich. So, if you're conducting scans, we will have probably in the science labs an off the bridge science lab where you can do detailed directed science scans on things. If you're running a constant scan on a black hole, then the closer you get to the event horizon, the more scanning data you're going to be getting, and the more juice your science team's going to be getting in terms of its experience and skilling up. So from that regard, it is more efficient to be more dangerous in terms of flying close to things like that. So it gives players a reason to risk their ship. But with regards to the wormhole side of things, wormholes are going to be in the game anyway. So black holes will always be black holes, but wormholes will also be a thing. And like black holes, they're going to be procedural, and they will be appearing generally in a star system, or at least sort of in the whereabouts of a star system. So if you rock up to a star system, then you might very well find a wormhole orbiting one of the planets, or just drifting around the system. And they'll come in two varieties. One will be an unstable wormhole, where you will have a stable entry point, which is always there, but the exit point is random within a radius. So it will take you to a certain sector of the galaxy, and you could appear anywhere within that sector. So it's like anywhere within a 50 light year radius of the exit point. So you'll never find the exit point to get back in that wormhole again. So those wormholes are one way, and that's really cool and scary and great for like stellar cartography and mapping, because those one-way wormholes could be a great way. Like if you're playing Snakes and Ladders, it could be a good way of getting around the galaxy as shortcuts using wormholes. But more rare than that will be stable wormholes, which have a stable entry and exit point, and they will form proper permanent bridges between 2 points in the galaxy. And again, because this is procedural, I don't know where they are, and I love that. I love that I don't know where these things are. So they're as much as a surprise to me as they are anyone else. Next question. Will the crew ever develop spontaneous illness or allergy to keep the medbay busy? Yeah, I guess, a little bit like Theme Hospital. In order to have the medbay constantly in use, we will have to have NPCs randomly coming down with things. So we'll never go long without at least one crew member in medbay for something, like they've sprained their ankle, or they've got the sniffles, something like that. Or they've got bloaty head disease. That was always my favourite. Next question. What purpose, game mechanic-wise, will the bartender serve? So originally, we were kind of thinking of the bartender like the one in Passengers, and where you talk to the bartender, and if you are the bartender, then if an NPC is struggling with the mental stress of being in space, being so far from home, then you can help deal with that by acting as their bartender, listening to their problems, and again, through multiple choice dialogue, you can either help or hinder their mental state. And the debate was, is that taking away from medical gameplay? Should that be something where we have a psychiatrist role in medbay to deal with that problem? But I guess, why not both? So, if you're playing as a bartender, then, that's what bartenders are for, isn't it? Listening to problems. Next question. Will engineering require traversing Jeffries tubes? Yes, as I demonstrated earlier, we have maintenance tunnels. Unlike Jeffries tubes, you don't have to crawl around them. You can walk upright. They are a confined space, but you don't have to go crawling around on your hands and knees. They're a little bit more practical than that. So, they're like facilities tunnels, so they'll be filled with pipes and cables and things taking things throughout the ship. Okay, next question. Do you expect NPC crew to be far more capable than the PC crew, or is there a way for players to be faster or more potent? Yes, I think based purely on the fact that the NPCs are going to walk around, you know, they'll be role-play walking everywhere. They won't be sprinting about. You know, a couple of players could probably burn their way through the task list a hell of a lot quicker than the NPCs just, you know, casually picking up one task at a time and strolling casually to the thing that needs to be fixed or looked at. So yeah, I think, you know, both players and NPCs are generally doing the same job. It's just that players will, you know, do it quicker because they'll be sprinting about the place. Next question. Will the role of a doctor be as complex as that of an engineer? At face value, I'm going to say probably not. But that's only because I've, you know, spent a lot of time making the engineering systems, and I haven't actually looked at the medical system yet. I'm sure once we start building out the medical gameplay, we will find additional complexities that we can roll into it. You know, right now it's quite a simple case of, you know, here's a patient, diagnose the problem, work out what solution is needed to fix that problem, administer that solution, and then send them on their way. It's really quite straightforward. You know, that's not a complex gameplay loop. But I think more complexity will reveal itself, you know, as we delve more into that system. Okay, just refreshing my list. Okay, so is there a planetary landing? Planetary landings are our third stretch goal on Kickstarter. That's our 300k tier, and we are approaching halfway towards that goal at the moment. The reason it's all the way on our 300k tier is because it's going to need more resource than we have now to get that done in a polished and performant way. But yes, it's, you know, planetary landings are something that the game will have eventually anyway. But if we hit that stretch goal, then, you know, we can throw resources at the problem and, you know, get it in for early access, which is obviously the goal. That's what we'd like to do, because once we've got planetary landings, that kind of completes the picture. So if you think about, you know, what things do you need to be able to make a well-rounded space game, you know, planetary landings are like the final piece of that puzzle. So it's definitely something that we need. Next question. Will there be robots on the ship controlled by Ava? Yes, there will. Again, you know, if you look at the state of robotics in 2024, especially some of the new, you know, large language model driven robots, and you think about how that technology is going to grow in the next 200 years, you know, robots in 2261 are going to be, you know, if not Star Wars level of good, then probably indistinguishable from people level of good. So, you know, we will definitely have robots on the ship. They will be independent. They won't be, you know, controlled by Ava. I won't go as far as making them sentient in the sense that they have feelings, but they will be sentient in the sense that they are self-aware. So I guess I want them to be more like Star Wars than, say, Data from Star Trek. So, you know, something like C-3PO. That's the kind of level of robot I'm thinking. I'm trying to think what, you know, visually, you know, something, you know, kind of like the Tesla robot, sort of, smooth, white, maybe a screen for a face rather than physical features, because we want to avoid the whole uncanny valley thing. So maybe a nice screen. I think is it OpenAI that's just released a robot with a screen for a face? But yeah, I think screen for a face is the way we'd go with it, because they can be quite expressive that way. But yeah, so sort of C-3PO level kind of robots. Next question. Big question time. What kind of alien civilizations will be generated? Will we see aquatic civilizations, hive minds, machine civilizations, etc.? I would say yes, all of the above, because we don't know what could possibly be out there, or what life could possibly be like. There could be forms of life in the galaxy that we haven't even considered. I mean, yes, we have biology and we have physics, and we have a rough idea of what the physical limitations are in the realms of physics, but there may very well be life out there that sits outside of those laws of physics in some way. Like, classic science would preclude the idea of a space-based life form living in a vacuum, but perhaps life found a way, and there is a space-based life form. So something like a ring around a planet, and that ring is full of life. So even though it's in a vacuum and it's in space, the chemical composition of that asteroid, of that ring, coupled with the light spectrum from that star, allowed life to exist in this planetary ring. So yeah, life is going to be diverse in what it could be. So yeah, aquatic civilizations, robot civilizations. I think again, looking at AI and how AI is developing, I think it's probably more realistic that there are more AI type civilizations out there than not, because biology is squishy and hard to keep alive, whereas something like a spaceship with solar panels and an AI on board could outlast any biological civilization. So purely on the numbers, there's probably more AI life out there than there isn't. So yeah, with our alien civilizations, and obviously this is all data that's going to be plumbed into the algorithms for the procedural generation. Every single possible thing we can think of will be added to the algorithm, so that when that alien life, when alien species is generated, there is so much data and so much variety to pick from that they're all completely unique. So we're going to have massive dictionaries of different types of alien civilizations, different types of cultures, different types of religions, different everythings, to create that unique set of variables. Next question. Is there any view to letting department heads assign tasks to NPCs or other players? Yes, exactly that. So every department on the ship is going to have a department head role and then workers. So you'll have the chief engineer and then the engineers. You'll have the chief medical officer and then doctors or nurses or just medical staff. If you are playing the department head, you can then just manually assign tasks to people, rather than them getting those tasks arbitrarily from the list of tasks. So by default, the NPC crew are just going to work through the task list top to bottom, first come first serve basis. They'll just come to the screen, pick a task and walk off. Same with the player, except the player will probably cherry pick a little bit more. But if the department head, if the chief engineer decides that task is more important, then they can say, right, you stop doing what you're doing and do that instead, and they'll have a UI for doing that. So that'll be one of the perks of being the chief or head of a department of the ship. Next question, will the tactical officers be able to carry firearms, and most importantly, will they be laser based or will they fire bullets? So generally speaking, they won't carry firearms unless they need to. So generally walking around the ship, they won't be armed, but there will be weapons lockers. There'll be a weapons locker on the bridge, and there'll be weapons lockers in various strategic locations around the ship. So if a tactical officer needs a weapon, there will be one to hand most of the time, and they will all be laser based. So what we were looking at is having looking back to the railguns in Quake 3 Arena. I loved railgun battles in Quake 3 Arena. It's like I spent hours doing that. The weapons are going to fire a very tight beam of electrons, which creates a path for the energy to follow. So they're not shining a laser like a torch, they're passing energy along a beam of electrons to which is essentially a lightning bolt, but it's a perfectly straight lightning bolt. So the capacitors build up a charge, and then a split second before it fires, it shoots off this little electron trail, and then the lightning bolt follows it to its target. The beauty of that is that you can tune that lightning bolt, the power of that lightning bolt, to either stun or crispy. Quite a wide range of power settings. And of course there'll be handheld versions, and then rifle versions which have a rapid fire and are generally more powerful. I suppose it's also a good time to discuss what the combat will actually be like. So is it going to be really bullet spongy, or is it going to be like Twitch play? Generally speaking, it's going to be realistic. So if you shoot someone in the head, they're going to die. No questions asked. Headshot, they're dead. If you shoot them in the leg, then they'll be damaged. So we don't want people shooting each other continuously and soaking up all that damage. Weapons are lethal things, and they will be lethal in the game. Next question, if you lose your NPC crew, we'll be able to get more eventually. If you return home to Earth, then there will be the option to sort of complete the mission, in air quotes, where you go back to the space dock, you repair, you restock, you take on more crew, and generally kind of end that mission ready to go and embark on another mission of exploration. So generally you won't return home to Earth until you are ready to finish your mission. So you'll fly out into the black, you'll go off exploring, you will get into adventures, you will lose crew members, and you will whittle down that crew as you're exploring, and there will become a point where the number of crew you have left are insufficient to run the ship efficiently, and that's kind of the point where you should be thinking, right, perhaps I should turn around now. But at the same time, once we have actual physicalized aliens that can literally walk onto your ship and interact with them, we will have the option to be able to invite them to join the crew as a crew member. So you'll be able to take on random aliens you meet and have them as an engineer or whatever. That's not something that's going to make it into early access, but that is kind of something we have planned. question. Replicators with piping hot bergamot-based beverages. Not replicators, no, but there will be drinks machines. So there will be 3 ways of generating stuff aboard the ship. The first is atomic level 3D printers, and as the name would suggest, they are literally sort of atom by atom layered manufacturing, sort of additive manufacturing of things, and they are limited to solid objects. So a gun, a wire, a cog, a battery. That's what you'll be using for spare parts and things. So spare parts, resources aboard the ship, you'll be using 3D printers to create those objects. Obviously that can't do organics. The organic 3D printers will use plant matter as their fuel source. So the plant matter will be turned into pellets, basically. And then those pellets will be reconstituted down into facsimiles of vegetables, fruits, meats, that kind of thing. And then the chef will turn that into actual edible food. But that's how the food 3D printers will work. And then you'll have drinks machines, again, which work on a similar basis. They'll take basic H2O as their base, and then they will mix that H2O with chemicals to create a beverage. So if you want a coffee, you will have a coffee. It may not be exactly coffee beans, but it's a decent enough facsimile of a coffee. Real coffee is obviously better in the game's lore, but the facsimile of coffee that these drinks machines create, is decent enough to act as coffee. And I really like it when you go into like pubs and restaurants and you have those touch screens where you can say, right, I'll have a Pepsi, but I want to add a bit of like lime to it, and also a bit of cherry, and also a bit of orange. And you can make these weird concoctions with the screens. So the drinks machines are going to look like that, essentially. You'll have a big touch screen, nice graphics, then you can select your drink and it will pop a cup out and fill it with drink. So those are the three ways where you can spawn objects on the ship. Next question. How are you able to move the world around the ship without motion blur? Simple option is turn off motion blur, which we have. But I guess the more pertinent question is, how are we able to move the world around the ship without floating point errors? And the answer right now is we're not, because we do have floating point errors. You'll notice that a lot of the planetary surfaces right now, the textures are quite wobbly up close. They kind of jitter around, and that's the result of them being a long way from the world origin. At least the origin of the planet is a long way from the world origin. I've got a complete overhaul of that system in the works, which fixes that problem. So the closer you get to a planet, the closer it is getting to the world origin, because the world origin is right there. That's the world origin, right in the middle of the map. And obviously, as you fly towards a planet, it's actually, you're not moving, it is. So it's coming closer towards you, and the closer it gets to you, the closer it is getting to that world origin. So therefore, it's getting more and more accurate the closer it gets to you. So it's an inversion of the way it works right now. But yeah, motion blur isn't a problem. Next question. Will there be a peaceful mode? Also, why is there a chicken walking around the ship in the demo? One does not question Admiral Cluck. Admiral Cluck simply is. The game is peaceful mode by default. So we don't want the galaxy to be a sterile place. So, we want to retain that sense of danger. Space is dangerous, and exploring space should feel risky. However, if you think that you have found a hostile alien race, and if they are acting hostile towards you, you can just turn and warp away. There's nothing stopping you from just leaving their system and never coming back. And that's how you do it. I guess that's how you avoid combat in the game. If you think something looks hostile, go somewhere else. There's plenty of star systems out there to explore. Just avoid the hostile looking ones, and you'll never have to do any combat in the game. I think combat is fairly easy to avoid, if you really want to. At the same time, combat's fairly easy to find if you want it, because if you fire first every single time, then every alien species is hostile. I think there's a few people in our Discord who will shoot first and not bother to ask questions later. I'm looking at you, Whopper. Next question. When can we expect the next alpha build? If you mean demo, then hopefully very soon. So again, right now I'm building this, which as you can see is very much unfinished. As soon as this is finished and polished, I will be putting out a new alpha build on the demo, and that will include at least the ability to bring up planets on the holo display and see some details there about what's on the surface. It will also show the beginnings of life generation. Now I'm hoping that I can get that done sometime in the next 2 weeks, because I would really like to get that demo build out before Kickstarter ends. I think it would be good for helping with engagement and maybe getting a few last eyes on the project before Kickstarter closes. So that's kind of my plan. As you might imagine, it is tremendously busy at the moment. We've had, I think, over 1,000 comments on our YouTube video now describing the project, and that's just one source of questions. I mean, we've had just thousands of questions across multiple platforms, and staying on top of the engagement has literally been a full-time job for the past week. It's been absolutely mental. So I haven't really had time to do much in engine, but as the questions start to calm down, and as the information gets out there, then I can get more engine work done. So hopefully within the next couple of weeks we'll have a new build out. Next question, how big is the explorable universe? Technically infinite, because there is no border and you can keep flying forever until you run out of fuel, food and water, and then the Milky Way is just a spiraling disk in the distance behind you. Practically about a radius of around 75,000 light years. So that gives you about a diameter of about 140-ish, 150,000 light years in terms of the galactic halo. So the galactic disk itself is 100 light years wide. Add another 50 odd light years, 50,000 odd light years for the galactic halo. That's really the limit of where stars will stop generating. So they'll get less and less and less, and then you'll just get to a point where there are no stars anymore. They'll just stop generating completely, and you'll just be in empty space with no stars. Next question. Why is it necessary to have the circuits going around the ship? Really, just for simulation reasons. I mean, that's kind of the point. So, again, the very design goal, the very premise of the game is to have a fully simulated starship in a fully realistic galaxy. And part of having a fully simulated starship is every single system, every single console, every single screen, light, weapon, sensor array is physically connected to its power source via cabling. It has data cabling, it's got fiber optics going back to the computer core, because that's how we build it for real. We want to build a real starship. Nothing is faked. It's completely, in every way, a real starship. Other than the fact it's digital, of course. That aside, it is a real starship. And yeah, that's our motivation behind doing this, so that's why we're doing it. Next question. Will I need a 4090 to run this game? No. I'm on a 2080 Ti, and I get around about 90 FPS on average. Claire's on a 3050. She gets around 60 FPS on average. So yeah, you definitely don't need like a top end card. Our minimum specs are around about a 1050 Ti, or around abouts. We tried to make the minimum spec reasonable in terms of cost if someone had to upgrade. So if someone really wanted to play the game, then a kind of £150 graphics card is more than enough to play the game. You don't need to buy a £1,500 top of the range card. 150 quid will do it. Next question. Is the game world coordinate system based on the ship or the galaxy, or a bit of both? Okay, that's a good question. Let's just go and have a look at the helm. So if I press home on the keyboard, and if anyone didn't know that, if you press home on the keyboard, it will target Earth automatically. So this shows you where we are right now. So you'll see that our galactic X, Y, and Z is the same as Earth's galactic X, Y, and Z, because that is the square, or rather the cubic light year, that houses the star Sol. And you can see that we are currently moving across that galactic that light year cube. So the local X, Y, and Z are your location within this 1 light year cube. And this is where Earth is within that 1 light year cube. So the local star, or barycenter, if there's more than one star, is always in the dead center 000 of that 1 light year cube. And that's for technical reasons, because of, again, floating point errors. So you really need to get as much world origin as possible, because space is huge, star systems are huge, and floating point errors are annoying. So the more you can cram into the origin point, the better. So this is essentially how far away in light years we are from the center of the galaxy, and this is how far above the galactic plane we are in light years. The entire galactic coordinate system is based on Sagittarius A star, which is slightly confusing because, and this is going to change because it is confusing people, the Sag A star is at 50-50-50. Now people would expect it to be at 0, 0, 0, but if you imagine a cube in the center of the galaxy that goes from 0 to 100, or so actually 0 to 99 on each axis, then 50-50-50 is in the exact middle of that cube, which is why Sag A star is at 50-50-50. So a galactic Z of 50 is exactly on the galactic plane level with Sag A star. But what I'm going to do at some point in the future is renumber this so that the center cube of the galaxy runs from minus 99 to 99 on each axis, rather than 0 to 99. And that would then make 0, 0, 0 in the middle of that cube, which makes Sag A star. Like, that would be the coordinates of Sag A star. which is what we want it to be. That makes a lot more sense. That's what everyone expects it to be. So we'll change it so that's what it is. But yeah, for now, that rocky, that's Earth. Yeah, so hopefully that makes sense. So yeah, so what you see here is how many light years you are offset from the middle of the galaxy. Next question. Who is the voiceover for the ship voice in the training modules? That is a voice generated by 11 labs. Sort of. Because 11 labs now allow you to record your own voice, and it will voice change that voice into whatever voice you want it to be. So that's what I'm doing now. So I will speak the dialogue myself, and then it will turn my voice into Ava's voice. So it'll be my inflection, my accent, my words, and then she will speak what I say. So it's a bit of me, a bit of 11 labs. Obviously, now that we're funded, we can actually employ proper voice actors. So for things like the single player campaign, things that need voicing, we'll actually get people to properly voice it. Next question. Everything looks so clean, almost artificial, if that makes sense. How will the bridge look damaged or damaged to other parts of the ship? So I showed that earlier. Oops, flying the ship about. So right now, everything, yeah, it looks all nice and clean. If I grab, say, that carpet actor there, and actually grab get hold of the mesh. So if I change the grunge on this, you can see that the carpet there in the middle gets dirtier. So over time, as the ship exists in the game world, I'm going to have it so that this slowly creeps down over time, and then when the janitor runs a cleaning tool over that carpet, it'll pop back up to clean again, and then it'll start ticking down again and get dirtier and dirtier and dirtier until the janitor comes and cleans it again. Now that'll be same for the carpets, same for the wall panels, same for everything. Things will get tattier and tattier if you don't maintain them. So again, if you're on the ship without an NPC crew, then it's going to get tattier and tattier unless you go grab a cleaning tool and clean it. That aside, it's also worth noting the bridge isn't finished. So like here, for example, and it kind of makes me cringe every time I see it, you can see that you've got this horrible sharp edge here because this hasn't been cut in properly. Like out here, you've got, curvier edges and it's all cut in nicely. And here, you can see this is unfinished. And that aside, it's also missing a lot of its detail. So it looks quite flat at the moment, but it will get more detailed. You can see like down at floor level here, you've got like curves in the carpet and that sort of thing. So all of the modeling and all of the detail will all be nice and like polished like this eventually, one panel at a time. Okay, next question. Apologies if this was already addressed. How do you plan to deal with griefing, like a player taking a critical repair task and holding on to it without doing it? Vote kick. So there are host controls. So if you're hosting a multiplayer game, then you have the ability to kick, mute, and send to the brig. So if someone's just trolling your server and just griefing you, then you can just send them to the brig. and we'll make it so that any task that a player might have will be stripped from them the moment you send them to the brig. And with the way the brig works, which I did on purpose, is that once you've sent someone to the brig, it saves locally their Steam ID. So if that player with that Steam ID comes on your server that you're hosting, they will always go straight to the brig. So they could leave and they could come back, and they'll always arrive in the brig and be stuck in the brig until you unbrig them manually. Which is great, because it means that everyone can just go and laugh at them through the door of the brig while they sit in there crying because they were a troll. And I find that much more entertaining than just banning them. Although, as someone pointed out earlier, people could, all join your server to take up all of your server slots and, all sit there in the brig causing a problem. So we will also add a ban option in addition to that. So if someone's truly being a problem, more than just griefing, then you can just ban them and be done with it. Ooh, we've just had a super chat. I will jump straight on that one because I think that's our third ever super chat. Wow. Thank you, Dylan. How in-depth can NPC relationships get on the scale of Tamagotchi to Mass Effect? So, to begin with, the crew are going to be dutiful and just get on with their job. They won't really pay each other much attention. So, version 1 of the system is just making them an effective crew. They're all kind of, fake relationships by just sitting next to each other and talking, but there will be no relationship activity going on. They won't like or dislike other crew members. Version 2 of that system will be where we do start to implement likes and dislikes and personality traits, and much like The Sims, really, if two personality traits clash, then those two crew members will have a problem with one another. It might even come to blows, in which case internal security might have to chuck one of them in the brig. So, that's kind of where we'll be going with that in the future. That's, beyond the scope for early access, but, that is where we're going with it. Someone mentioned before, can you have intimate relationships, with crew members? Yeah, to a point, but we're going to draw the line at, actually showing intimacy in the game, because, we do want to keep it family friendly. So, nothing beyond what you'd get in The Sims. Yeah, and then, I guess the bigger question is, can two NPCs suddenly start sharing quarters? I mean, yeah, we wouldn't release their quarters from them, but one NPC might start spending more time around another NPC's quarters. But again, this is, down the line. This is beyond what would be in early access. Next question, do you plan on adding metahumans models? Well, funnily enough, we did start off using metahumans, and they were tremendously heavy, really, really heavy. And I spent hours importing them, literally like all day, just importing them, and it was a nightmare. And size-wise, they're huge. But I noticed in Epic's livestream recently, they were saying that they've brought the size of metahumans down to like 55 meg from like hundreds. So now that they've done that optimization, it might be the time to sort of take another look at metahumans. We actually went with Character Creator 4. If anyone's ever seen CC4, it's like metahumans, but more usable in terms of making non-human characters. So the reason we went with that is it's a decent system. The characters look good enough. No, it's not quite on metahumans level of realism, but it's reaching the good enough level, but you can do different coloured skins really easily. You can take a mesh straight out of like ZBrush and put that straight in there and make a character out of it. It's got a really good clothing system, so that you can model the clothing directly on the character in Character Creator. It's just a whole bunch of stuff that you can't do with metahumans, or at least not yet, as far as I'm aware. I'll be the first to admit that characters and character animation is really not my strong point. I'm more of a hard surface modeler and systems builder, and you can probably tell that from our character system because I made it and it's clunky. So that's why our first hire is going to be a character specialist to sort all that out. So perhaps that's a conversation I need to have with them, whether or not they think they can make metahumans a lot better than what we have now. Next question, will there be a proximity voice chat for role-playing and playing in general? Yeah, as I said earlier, we're definitely planning to do proximity chat as well as voice channels for like hailing ship-wide and hailing individual departments. So for example, like the chief engineer from his office in engineering could send out a broadcast message that plays around engineering but not the rest of the ship. Next question. I was wondering, is networking a focus currently? I'm really interested but really intrigued with how throwing fat packets around could be handled smoothly. Yeah, it's we tend to optimize on the fly, so I know generally speaking in traditional game dev you build the game, you finish the game, and then you go back and optimize everything. But because of our incremental release approach where we're putting out these playtests and things, we tend to have to optimize as we go, and I prefer optimizing as I go because I catch things earlier in the process and you're not left with some performance hog which you lose sight of. You kind of lose the wood for the trees because there are so many other things dragging down performance. So networking, when we first started, we had a few really funny things, like the walls were replicating, like literally static wall panels were replicating needlessly, and it's because a lot of the time these things are ticked on by default, and I had to go through and make sure that the defaults were like generate no network traffic at all unless you absolutely need to. So for every class, every actor in the game, I've really tightly controlled what can replicate and what can't. And even now, I think there are things replicating that don't really need to. So part of going through and redoing all the engineering panels, and indeed now with the new sensors console, is to replicate the console inputs a lot more efficiently. So rather than replicating the button press so that button press happens on every client, instead store the result of that button press in a rep notify variable and then replicate that variable to clients so that it also works for joining clients. So little examples like that just increase the efficiency of the netcode and reduce lag. Next question. Is exploration seamless or loading screens? It is very much seamless, with one caveat, and that is going to be landing on planets. And the reason for that is that because we are moving space around the ship, in order to have seamless planetary landings, we'd have to be moving the planet. And if you think about a planet that's full of rocks and trees and bushes and rivers, you'd have to move that towards the ship. And that's just a disaster. So Instead, we are having a brief transition as you enter the planet's atmosphere or hit a certain altitude, and then it loads a static surface environment which you can then fly around above and land. So I guess similar to how Starfield do it, except without the invisible walls, and you can arbitrarily just fly a shuttle down to where you want to, go to, and indeed fly a shuttle around and look for somewhere to land. So it's like a cross between it's halfway between Starfield and Elite Dangerous / Star Citizen. It kind of sits in the middle between the two. But because the ground environments are static and a separate environment, that means we have the full scope of Unreal Engine 5's surface generation tools at our disposal. And if you've ever seen what UE5 can generate, it will blow your mind. Aside from that, it's all seamless. So flying from one side of the galaxy to the other is seamless all the way across, and you'll see the stars moving as you go. Next question. Will there be a supply dock to get supplies like fuel, AI, and meds? We'll probably have something in Alpha Centauri. See, initially I wasn't going to have any human activity beyond Sol whatsoever, but I think, given that Alpha Centauri is there, and given that this ship has such capable FTL capabilities, we do need something to bridge the gap a little bit in the lore. So, we will have some kind of limited human settlement at Alpha Centauri that's, relatively new and still being constructed, and much slower FTL ships that we use to put that together. So there could be the option to resupply there in some way, not repairs and things, because that requires a space dock back around the moon, which is where it'll be. But beyond those two locations, the lore of the game is that this is humanity's first ever deep space exploration mission, so we don't have a presence in space at all yet. Next question. I'm hoping there's going to be a male AI voiceover. Will there ever be an option for a male voice? Yeah, I don't see why not. I was thinking about this because obviously we've called the ship's AI Ava, which it stands for Advanced Voice Assist, or Advanced Voice Assistance, whichever you prefer. And I was going to have a physical server in the server room with like AVA in big letters, stamped across the side of it, like a big mainframe, which I thought would look really, really cool. But yeah, I guess having a selection of voice options for that, would be really cool. And also the ability to change its name as well. So, if you wanted to call it Jeff, you could have Jeff as the AI. Next question. What system specs are you using to create all of this? Are you using a 128 core Threadripper with 10 GPUs? Hello, I'm such a nerd. I'm so interested in your hardware. Thanks. No, actually, my computer is depressingly old. I've got an aging i7, and I got a 2080 Ti, and I got 32 gig of RAM. I guess the most good bit of componentry in my PC is probably an Optane SSD, which was donated to us years ago when we were working on the Orville. That's probably it. Yeah, I think other than that, I've just got 32 gig of Corsair RAM, the 2080 Ti, and the old i7. In all, this computer's about 7 years old, and it blue screens on the regular, so I'll definitely be replacing some components soon. But, and I've said this before on a few streams, yes, it's lovely to develop a game on the latest top spec hardware, but I wouldn't recommend it, because as nice as an experience as it is for the developer, you lose track of some of the performance issues that you might have. So, we've got an old i5 with like 16 gig of RAM, and I think it's either a 960 or a 1050 Ti in it. And I test the game on that because, that's like a really low spec machine these days. And if I can get it running smoothly on that, I know that performance-wise, we're in a good place. And yet, if I weren't to do that, and I was just to rely on the fact that I'm getting 150 FPS on my 4090, then that's not very useful for the community at large. But yes, I will be upgrading my PC. Mr. House asks, would UE5 allow for procedural city generation? Yes, UE5 has an incredible procedural city demo already that you can download and play, which is great in an isolated environment, but when you try and spawn something like that procedurally on a planet, that's when it all starts to fall on its face. So again, when we're generating planetary surfaces, I'm adopting the Minecraft model of the way Minecraft spawns villages, essentially. So you look at the biome on the surface, and if that biome is like plains or something like that, or grasslands, then spawn the occasional little agricultural village with a few aliens that live there, which is fine. That's an isolated, low cost, low impact kind of thing to generate across a planetary surface. When it comes to a town, even a medieval town with like a tavern and a bunch of houses and maybe some horses, you're starting to have to generate infrastructure, and then that has to make sense procedurally. And if you've got a procedural landscape that you're then trying to build a procedural town on top of, you're going to get things like there'll be a tree through the middle of something, or you've got a weird hill and then the building's hanging off the edge of the hill. And the bigger you make the settlement that you're trying to procedurally generate, the worse and worse it's going to get, not just for performance, but adhering to the landscape. Which is why I think, at least for now, for the initial implementation, if the civilization on the planet is anything more than small agricultural settlements, then we need to block access to the planetary surface, and just have our interaction with them take place in orbit, at least for now. And there's no reason why in the future we can't have some isolated surface locations. So, we could generate a city, forgetting about the landscape entirely, just generate a city, and then have a location within the city that the shuttle automatically goes and lands at, and then you can now interact within that limited city location, but not beyond it. So you get that surface interaction, but not the freedom of exploring that planet. But Star Citizen also, obviously have microtech, and that's just incredible. But we don't have that kind of a budget or that kind of a team. As good as UE5 is, we can't crowbar that into it anytime soon, I don't think. The same applies for Earth. So, we'd like to have the UN headquarters and maybe like a UN Space Academy on Earth. And again, that would be an isolated, you can explore that building but no further kind of thing. Next question. One idea I thought of when hearing exploration as a goal was adding value to exploration by having an in-game wiki of discoveries that can be updated by players. Yeah, we're going to explore what we can do with an account system on our website. So eventually, and this will be part of granting access to things as well. So the Starship Simulator website right now is just a really simple WordPress site that just lists some information. But we're going to get that rewritten and have its own hosted forum with all the player ranks, forum ranks and things like that, and also the ability for players to register their ship. So they'll take their ship registration number and name, and they'll register that as their vessel, and then that's kind of registered in the game universe. They've claimed that registration number as theirs, and we'll then start to use that for things like first discovered by, based on if they're logged into their StarSim accounts within the game, then it will know what their ship registration number is, and obviously that will start to appear on the website. Because we're not an MMO, we're not a live service game, but we can send and receive data outside of the game to a web source. So the question then becomes, how much can we use a website to imitate some of the functionality of a live service game without being a live service game? So yeah, things like that. See, recording player discoveries in the sense of a wiki, we could do something like that, but I don't want to take away from players working together to map the galaxy and record discoveries, and player engagement and player map making within the galaxy is actually something I'm really excited about. I want to see players getting out there and discovering things and sharing those discoveries with people. So we'll certainly create the space for doing that on our forum. But yeah, whether or not we build it into a more substantial system, I don't know. Maybe one to look at for the future. But yeah, for other types of data like first discovered by, we can certainly use the website for that. Next question, what kind of food are you going to have on board, and is there going to be a food discovery from other planets? So yeah, as we touched on earlier, the hydroponics creates the raw plant matter, which then feeds the organic 3D printers to make faux food. So fake carrots, fake potatoes, fake steaks, that kind of thing. Obviously those default plants from Earth have a certain nutrient density and a certain growing speed, but there could be other plants on other planets that are more nutrient dense and they have a faster growing speed, or they need less water. So you can replace the plants that you're currently using with those new alien plants which are better. But of course, and this is where it links to the other roles on the ship, if you don't use the right amount of science to review that plant, if you just go ahead and plant it and just say, nah, I won't bother researching it, that could be really poisonous. So all of a sudden, now all of your crew are poisoned and ill, and then it's up to the medical facility to think, right, okay, so what's the antidote for this? So then they need to get that same plant and try and extract an antidote from it. And that's a good example of how things connect together within the game. So yeah, you can't just grow and use an alien plant without some kind of unexpected consequence. You might get lucky and it might be fine, or it might kill everyone. So, science first, people. Next question. Can we build our own ships, or are we locked into pre-built ships? For now, they are pre-built. For obvious reasons, because of just how insanely complicated they are. I'm probably going to address shipbuilding by way of a shipyard's expansion, and I imagine we'll do that by way of having a set of predefined chassis of different ship classes, and then modular construction from there. So you'll literally get a bare bones skeleton of a ship, which I've already pre-routed things like the wiring and the reactor core and all that stuff. So the base core chassis with its power generation system is already there, and maybe its battery arrays and things. And then from that core lump of ship, you then bolt on extra rooms, maybe an extra weapons room or an extra hydroponics room, and create a modular ship that, because it's modular, we can make sure that all the pipes and the wires all line up with one another. So, that next room you build could be a gym, or it could be a crew quarters, or it could be a science lab, but those pipes and cables will still line up in the right place. So I think modular shipbuilding is probably the only realistic way of doing it with the level of ship system simulation that we have. Next question. Will you be introducing multiple controller support or extensive, well thought out keybinds so we can issue commands with our voice? Yes. I assume you're talking about voice attack. So one of the things we're going to do is that on every console, let's say this one for example, every button on that console will have a keybind associated with it. And there might be lots of shared keybinds, but it works per chair. So like Control Alt 1 in this chair will be different to what Control Alt 1 does in that chair. So we will publish lists of all the different keybinds, and they're going to be keybinds which are purposefully obscure so that they're designed only to be used with things like voice attack or game class. So it could be like Control Alt Shift 1. And Control Alt Shift 1 is not going to ever be used for anything else in the same world. So you've got like the entire alphabet to play with and numbers in terms of how many keybinds you can have per chair. And in multiple controller support, yeah, I guess so. I'll know more about that on our next patch, because in the next patch, not the one I'm working on now, but the one after, is I'm going to be implementing full controller support. So hopefully fix the really horrendous dead zone issue we've got now with controllers, which makes the mouse vanish in menus. Full controller support added, add HOTAS support, and I'll experiment with having multiple controllers plugged in. Also, keybinds, being able to change keybinds as well as part of that same patch. So I think that question will answer itself then. Next question: is it possible to make changes to the spaceship, or is the structure of the ship fixed so far? On this particular ship, it is fixed, and on the ships that we're making in the immediate future, it will be fixed. But when we move on to modular shipbuilding, and that probably will be an expansion in its own right, then you'll be able to build your own ships around a core solid chassis, which needs to be done manually because of where the reactor is going to be located and all that sort of stuff. So it's going to be like the system that's in Starfield, but in Starfield they don't need to worry about pipe connections. They don't need to worry about where the reactor is located. We have a lot more complexity going on with our ships, so it can't be quite as freeform as Starfield's version. But it'll be Starfield-esque in its approach. Next question: if you're implementing a scripting/programming system, will that be linked to a simulated part of the ship computer, and could it be part of gameplay, maybe scheduled sabotage actions, IT specialists? Yeah, every command will go through the server room. So we're going to have a simulated data network, because of course we are. So we're going to have routers and switches and things, in the server room, and that will be a fiber network, throughout the whole ship. So if you're sending a command from the helm to fire an RCS thruster, that command is literally going down those data cables to reach the RCS thruster to fire. So if that cable is unplugged, that RCS thruster is no longer going to fire because the data signal can't get there. And so in the same vein, the physical data interfaces, or rather the logical data interfaces, will have interface IDs, and you will be able to open and shut them using the console command. So yeah, you will be able to get into the system and mess with it, in an IT sense. Next question. Will spaceports also be modelled in 3D like the Starship, so they can dock via a docking collar to walk around inside the spaceport to shop for clothing, weapons, supplies, flare, etc.? Yes, except for the docking part. And the reason for that is the way the ship generates artificial gravity is it's like literally a field, a gravitational field around the ship, and stations will have an even bigger one. So if the ship and the station get too close together, then it's going to be like bringing two magnets together, and it's going to be disastrous. So I'm not quite sure how we're going to model that, like in reality within the game, but that's the law. So lore-wise, big ships can't be next to big stations because their gravitational fields will attract one another, because that's how gravity works. So you'll take a shuttle across to the station. But yeah, once you disembark your shuttle, you'll have the full station interior to walk around and gaze out of the windows at your ship hovering outside. Next question. Will there be procedural diseases and poisons? Yeah, definitely. Given like the plant version I mentioned earlier. So from a technical perspective, every ailment, every poison will have a seed number, an ID associated with it. So an alien plant will have disease number 3 generated. So if you consume that plant, you now have disease number 3. So from the science gameplay, if you have a sample of that plant, you can then create an antidote for disease number 3, and that matches together, and you can then cure that crew member. So we've got a seed space that goes from minus 2 billion to positive 2 billion. So in total, there's 4 billion potential different diseases. Let's hope one crew member doesn't get all of them, because if they do, they're screwed. Next question. Can you explain a little more what role the data center will play on board the ship? Will it have dedicated functions that a specialized crew member might perform? So yeah, so as I was saying just now about the data connection side of things, the various different aspects of the ship's systems will have a physical server box associated with them. So like the sensors, for example, will have a box that powers them. There will be, probably taking up the lower floor, loads and loads and loads of data storage racks. And those will be physicalized as well. And when you record data and when you scan star systems, that will actually go on one of those boxes. So those physical storage devices will be actually physically holding that data. So if that device is destroyed, you've lost that data that was stored on it. So the server room does actually play a role in how the ship works. Like the ship's AI, Ava, will have a giant mainframe in the server room. If that mainframe is destroyed, your ship's AI won't work until you fixed it. So there are many things which will have a service connected to them. Nice simple question. Will there be EVA? Yes. Again, as I covered earlier, you'll be able to EVA onto the ship's hull, and there will be things out there you need to EVA to go and deal with. So all of the sensor arrays will have physical hardware on the outer hull. The weapons will have turrets on the outer hull. All of those things can wear and tear and break and take damage. So sometimes you will need to literally get out there with a spanner and fix it. Will you have support for mGPU, 2 or more in one system, and multiple display output for custom simulator setups such as the ones people use for Elite Dangerous? Yeah, multiple displays, easy enough. Yeah, in terms of multiple GPUs, it's going to depend on whether or not Unreal Engine supports it, more specifically. I can't give you a definite yes or no off the top of my head. I'll have to look into that, but if Unreal Engine supports it natively, then yes, because we can do whatever Unreal can do. Next question. Seeing the captain's seat and the second seat, is there a first officer position, and if so, what is the officer's role in the game? So that's an interesting point, in that there are 2 command chairs, and neither of them are the captain's chair. These are simply the command chairs. So yes, there's a captain, yes, there's an XO, and it's the captain's prerogative as to which side they want to sit. And it might be as simple as, the captain's left-handed, so he sits on this side. Simple as that. So, I didn't want to have a dedicated, this is the captain's chair, because that's very much a Star Trek trope, and we want to kind of, avoid that if possible. Super chat, thank you, from Nathan Carleen. So far, looking more like Trek-like sim. Any path for a more Wing Commander-like experience? A spacefaring hangar deck with fighters and pilots, etc. Yes, our second expansion is going to be a carrier class vessel, and that expansion is going to be based on combat. So it's a military focused expansion. The first expansion is set aboard the Pathfinder class, and that is the proper deep space meeting new aliens mission. On that mission, you will meet a hostile alien race, which is causing issues, in the galaxy around Sol. And the second expansion is all about humanity at war with that species. So we find a bad alien race, and they eventually follow us back to Earth. And DLC 2 is all about that. So if you could liken the first expansion to Star Trek, then the second expansion could be likened to Star Wars. It's going to be very, very combat focused. Probably, I might go ahead and call it the Agamemnon class in honor of Babylon 5. But yeah, it'll definitely be a carrier class vessel, with fighters. I just realised I didn't actually finish answering the last question about the captain's seat. So the role of the first officer is literally backup captain, essentially. So the first officer will be able to do everything the captain can do, and they're literally there just to support. It's a support role. So if the captain wanders off to take a break, then the first officer can literally do everything the captain can do. Next question. Is there a category / description of the main gameplay loop outside running the ship? Broad strokes, that's essentially just exploring the galaxy and seeing what's out there. The gameplay loop is really driven by what it is you find when you're exploring. So, if you find a hostile alien species, then the gameplay loop becomes dealing with the ship in combat and things breaking and having to fix those things. If the gameplay loop is you found a black hole and you're conducting science, then the gameplay loop revolves around that. So, the gameplay loop is go out, explore the galaxy, see what you find, and then what you find determines what happens on the ship. Next question. Sorry, the weapons were beams and what? Railguns. So the ship has beam lasers and railguns. Next question. Will there be a story campaign? Yes. So the base game that we are releasing for free is the sandbox game. And in the sandbox, everything is procedural. So the missions are procedural, all the aliens are procedural, everything's procedural. In the story campaign, which is going to be an expansion, so that'll be a paid expansion, that is a much more narrative-driven experience. It's single player only. It focuses on you as the hero of the story and your life and your career aboard the vessel. And it will have manually created alien races that are part of the story. Much bigger alien civilizations. And that will cover the story of mankind's first foray into the stars. Who did we meet? What are they like? What political struggles did we find ourselves in? The real proper story behind the game is all going to take place in that first expansion. And then it's actually a 3-part arc. So again, the first expansion is all about exploration and who we meet. The second expansion is about the consequences of meeting the big bad, certainly. And then the third expansion, where you're running your own space shipping company, is all about picking up the pieces, rebuilding settlements that may have got destroyed, and further to that, expanding humanity's presence beyond Sol and into new habited worlds. Next question. Would you consider a ship AI playable role like Hera in Wolf 359? Like having lots of macros, knowledge of damaged areas, and an easier job completing some tasks remotely at the expense of no body? That's a good question. I don't know. In all honesty, I haven't even thought about it, so I'd have to go away and think about that one. Next question, can you board the enemy ship? Eventually, yes. So to begin with, when we're procedurally generating aliens out there in the galaxy, and they will have a physical presence in space and they'll be shooting at you and stuff, those ships initially are going to be hollow shells except for the internal layout of the ship systems that you'll be shooting at. All of the manually created alien races that we make will have boardable ships. The big bad hostile race we're going to add, they all have boardable ships. And eventually, we also want the procedural ships to be boardable as well. But they won't be initially. That is something we'll work towards at a later date. But that is, the final vision is that every large vessel will be boardable. Even if that interior is procedural, it will be boardable at some point. Next question, will you be using store-bought particle effects like sparks and fire, or having an artist make the original particle effects? I actually made our welding VFX myself, and all the sparks and things from our cables when they break, I made that myself as well. I was quite pleased with the way that came out. But in the long term, no, we will employ a VFX specialist, especially for things like volumetrics. So volumetrics are going to be a huge focus of the Galaxy. So we want planetary rings to be volumetric. We want stars to be volumetric. When stars are doing coronal mass ejections, you want to be able to fly through them. Gas giants need to be volumetric. Everything needs to be volumetric in the game because it's just so much nicer that way. So, we'll definitely have an artist on board who focuses on that kind of thing with shaders and stuff. So hopefully, they'll also be good at things like creating particle effects and doing all the other things we need to do in the game. If we can find one person that's good at all of it, that would be great. We do have a few store-bought things like that plant is a store asset. What else? That plant is a store asset. Those books are just from an asset pack. I just pulled some books out of it. Oh yeah, the other stuff spawns manually, spawns now rather than just appearing. Like the baguettes and the watermelons and things. They're from like Megascans assets. And my position on that is, why spend time and money modeling a baguette when you could just use a Megascans asset of a baguette in seconds? I know people cry, oh, it's an asset flip. No, it's just a baguette. There are levels of asset flip. If everything in your game is an asset pack, then perhaps you can call that an asset flip. But I really don't see the point in wasting time making a static prop that you can just download. It seems like a complete waste of time and money to me. Next question. What about an arcade mode that lets you do more fun, ridiculous things? And what about a generic modular configurator so people can design ships with different layouts? I think you can do plenty of ridiculous things already. Like, you can literally play catch with watermelons and race around with office chairs. I mean, that's pretty ridiculous. But again, it's the whole, if you can do it for real in the real world, you should be able to do it in the game. If I want to race down the corridor in an office chair, that's something I could do in real life. So, the game should support that player choice. And then, further down the line, we will, we'll do a shipbuilding expansion, like a shipyards thing. Next question. Could you envision a version where sandbox players join in as a crew to a paid player story instance? No, there'll be two separate things. So when you purchase one of the story campaigns, that will be a new option on the main menu. So you will start a campaign story, or you will start a sandbox game. So if you start a multiplayer game, it's going to be the sandbox because the campaign's a single player only. If you're starting a single player game, then you're either in the sandbox or you're starting a story campaign. But they're very much going to be a single player experience. But on the point of joining a player who has purchased something, and this is important because the controversial side of how we're funding in the future is we're selling ships, and there's definitely a controversial thing there about selling ships. And our justification for that is we're giving the game away for free. Now, if we weren't giving the game away for free, we wouldn't really be selling ships as a focus so much. But because we are giving the game away for free, we feel justified in selling ships, just like DCS World. But you don't need to own a ship to join a ship. So when in a multiplayer game, only the server host needs to have bought the ship. So anyone, so even if you've never bought a single ship, you can still play on all of the ships as long as the server host owns that ship. So that's kind of how we're trying to keep it fair. Okay, next question. Traditional naval battle. Yeah, we want our starships to be like two galleons fighting at sea, broadsiding one another. That's very much the feel we want to get from it. We don't want, like long distance outside of visual range, can't even see your opponent combat, or, space jousting as you end up getting in some games. No, we want two ships lumbering around, broadsiding one another. Next question. Will you be implementing realistic orbital mechanics when the ship is not in FTL? Ish. So this isn't Kerbal, and we have no intention to be Kerbal. That said, we do want star systems to process and move, and that means orbits need to be a thing. So we're going to fake the orbit in some ways. So when you arrive at a planet, it will take your altitude above the planet's surface and then draw a perfectly circular orbit at that altitude, and then it will know how fast you need to be moving to maintain a circular orbit at that altitude, because we'll just we'll do the math when the ship arrives. Now when you change your altitude, so if you fly towards the planet, obviously you need to speed up sideways to maintain that circular orbit, and that will just happen naturally. If you fly away from the planet, then you need to slow down to maintain a circular orbit, and again that will happen. So if you're sublight flying around, it will continuously be moving you sideways along a spline. It'll be teleporting your whole physics state relative to your altitude above the surface to always maintain a circular orbit. Now, around the equator, that's really simple. As you go above and below the equator, we're going to have to make some inclination changes, and that's going to be a bit mathy, but that's generally how we're going to do it. So, if you and another ship are in orbit around a station and you're all shooting at each other, then all the objects will be teleported sideways around a spline, all the physics states, hopefully seamlessly, to simulate an orbit. So yes, you're orbiting the planet, but no, you didn't do it yourself. It automatically orbits you based on altitude. So, at a certain altitude, you will reach that geostationary orbit point automatically. And then on the helm, you'll have buttons for things like prograde, retrograde, orbit normal, and all the usual stuff you'd expect to see in a spaceship. Next question. Will there be any way to position your ship versus an enemy ship, or will ships just go round? So if you are the pilots, then you can fly any which way you want. If the NPC is the pilots, they will fly based on what they've been told to do. So they could fly aggressively, where they always try and keep the weapons on the target, or they could fly defensively, where they're always trying to keep the soft bits away from the enemy. But the ships are freeform; they can fly wherever they want. Next question. Is this fully sandbox, or is there going to be a storyline? So again, as I mentioned just now, the base free game is a sandbox. The story mode is going to be a paid expansion. Next question, death of the ship crew and player. Any ideas how that's going to play out? So this is kind of mean in a way. So the NPC crew are like spare bodies for the player. So when you join a game or start a game, you take the place of an NPC, and then during the course of the game, if you get bored being the captain, you could go and be an engineer, and you swap from the captain to an NPC engineer, and you take their place instead. Physically it's still your character customization and name, but you're taking their slot in the world. So that NPC engineer pops out of existence and you replace them, and then an NPC captain pops into existence, and then things carry on as normal. So you can bounce around between roles during the gameplay. But as NPCs die, you lose the ability to then hop into that role, because there's no longer an NPC there to take the position of. If you lose all of your NPC engineers, then you no longer have an engineering team. So, you have to, set yourself as a passenger and go, help out. So, the NPC crew are a finite resource. So, one way to look at it is the player has 200 lives. So, if you as the player die, then you can come back as one of the NPCs, and you can do that 200 times, until you literally have no NPCs left. A bit like agents in the Matrix, you kind of like take them over. So if you get to the point where everyone is dead, everyone is dead, Dave, everyone is dead, then that's it. That's game over. There's literally no crew left. You were the last one to die. Similarly, if the ship is destroyed, then that is a game over scenario. And I really love how Frostpunk deal with this, and they have a really cool brief, like a debrief after your game, just giving you a little bit of a story about how it went. And I really love that as an idea, and I think we'll do something similar, where it will list your achievements and the achievements of the ship and the crew, and all the discoveries you made, and then it will finish with was lost in space, and all contact was lost and it was never heard from again, blah 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 blah, something nice and sad. And then you can launch a new mission on a new ship with a new crew. And a related question, how will combat both on the ground and space work? Oh yeah, and as Claire has just pointed out, it's almost 1 a.m. here, so we've almost been streaming for 5 hours. But I can't believe I've been answering questions for 5 hours straight. No wonder I've got a dry mouth. Yeah, so combat in space, like I said, it's 2 galleons fighting at sea, shooting out subsystems and systems until the ship is dead in space and effectively rendered inert. And ground combat is going to be very much that weapons are deadly, and if you shoot someone, they die. Obviously people can be injured if you don't shoot them anywhere critical, but generally speaking, you shoot an NPC in the head, it will be one-shot kills. Next question, will ship combat have stealth, decoys, etc.? Cloaking is probably too powerful. Yeah, we'll probably have sensor detectability based on power output. So if you turn everything off, turn your reactor off completely, just power the ship via the batteries, you'll have a much smaller sensor profile than something with a reactor turned up to full at FTL. Something flying around at FTL is going to be like a beacon in the stars, as far as the sensors are concerned. So yeah, you can stealth your way around by lowering your power signature. Next question. Can we have a portrait of Steve to hang on the wall in the captain's office? Yep, I don't see why not. That would be amusing. How thorough is janitorial going to be? Can you spill drinks? Yeah, I think so. I think we can definitely use a vertex painting on meshes to create stain overlays on things. What I don't know is how to save that. So whilst that might work fine, within the confines of a running game, I'm not quite sure how you would go about saving vertex painting on a per mesh basis. I'd have to do a bit of research on that to see how plausible that is. But if that proves to be too heavy, then we can certainly save, I guess, dirt level of an individual floor panel, because like carpets will eventually be tiled, so there'll be physical meshes and there'll be isolated tiles, so each one can have health values and things. So if you spill something or drop a glass with fluid in it on that particular tile, then the cleanliness value of that tile will go down and it will increase its dirt level. So that's like a simpler way of handling it. The more immersive way of handling it would be to use vertex painting, but yeah, as I said, I'll investigate that. Next question. Along the line of ship design, will there be a way to kit bash something from a list of components to make your own? Yes. So when we do the shipbuilding expansion, that's what that will look like. So you'll have the base chassis and your bolt bits onto it, and make you'll kit bash a ship design from both external bits you stick on and actual physical rooms. And a related question, how about modular hull frames for custom configurations and refits? Yeah, same thing. So it'll be a base chassis, and we'll have a whole array of different base chassis of different sizes and classes. So in the sense of this ship, you'd have like a Magellan class chassis with its reactor in place and all of its power systems, and then you would fill that chassis with rooms and bolt bits on and make it unique. Next question, will there be other propulsion options like hypersails, like solar cells but gather energy to take you to hyper, or is the drive type static? Yes, so as I mentioned earlier, the way that I've built the galaxy is that the galaxy is generated based off of the ship's location. So if you move the ship, the galaxy regenerates around it. So because of that, we can move the ship through the galaxy any which way we want. Any technology we can think of to move the location of the ship will naturally just work without any further development being needed. And that's brilliant. And that's a great benefit of having a physicalized galaxy like that. And that's why wormholes are going to be so easy, because literally all you're doing is changing the X, Y, Z coordinates of the ship, and then the whole galaxy just reshapes around it automatically, which is awesome. And this next question, I'm going to make it the final question because it's a really good one, and I'm going to have a drink so I answer it properly. And the final question is, do you really have a whole 1-to-1 scale Milky Way world without loading screens? Yes. Did you want a longer answer? Yeah. The short answer, yes. The long answer is yes. So there we go. We have a 1-to-1 scale Milky Way galaxy. It's well over 100,000 light years wide. It has hundreds of billions of star systems, and you can fly anywhere. I've used the term in real time before, and people have ripped into me for that because it's not real time. So I'll use the word seamlessly instead. So you can fly anywhere seamlessly in the whole galaxy. And now I think my mouth has just died. So I shall call it there. Thank you ever so much for the questions. You might be interested to know that Claire has sent me 432 messages on Discord, and each one of those is a question. So we have had 432 questions during this stream, and I've only got through about half of them, sorry. I might have waffled a little bit too much there, but hopefully there was some good info in amongst all the waffle. Right, where are we? There we are. Okay, so, wow, 205 people on the stream. I wasn't even watching that. Wow. That is definitely a new record for us as well. That's easily double the amount of people we've had on stream before. So, again, thank you everyone for dropping in and asking questions. The next stream will be on Wednesday at 8 PM. Generally speaking, it would be a dev stream, but I think we've had so many questions tonight. I think we might have to make Wednesday stream another Q&A, and then on the Sunday stream following, I'll make that a dev stream. Or at least I'll attempt to make that a dev stream. It might end up just turning into another Q&A stream, but yeah. So let's say 8 PM UTC on Wednesday evening, I'll do another Q&A stream. So if you didn't get your question answered tonight, please do ask it again on Wednesday, and yeah, I'll have a crack at answering it. Right, I can't speak anymore. So thank you again, everyone, and I will see you soon. And I'll finish by saying thank you to everyone who has backed the game. Honestly, you're making amazing things happen, and yeah, we'll do you proud. Thank you, and see you soon.